No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Anambra? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is. And
you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time, and he's using it to defend.
No, sorry.
Alexi.
Sorry.
Alexi.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Sowore the way I like. You don't know what Sowore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That's the only thing that I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Fiscally, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. Do you understand? I will handle you like a child.
All right. Good evening, ladies. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're watching us from. I want to welcome you all to this second segment of the program. And my job has already been made very easy for me. I'm only going to be taking reactions from the fallout of Dr. Sam Amadi's broadcast that just ended some few minutes ago. It was one of those ones that you call very interesting, very educative, and very, very entertaining. We all, at least by my taking, I enjoyed listening and responding to, his views on Nigerian politics in the southeast, politics in Nigeria generally, politics of election, of electricity, and all that. He has always been on top of his game, so we're not trying to praise him. The guy knows his onions. So for those of us who were part of the broadcast, you would have seen what I'm talking about. I have already sent out the link so that people can quickly join us. I don't have any prepared, videos to play. If we have time, we can touch on other issues that are running in Nigeria. But for now, that's it. I'm waiting for people like Kolata, my very good friend, sometime when the rain is not falling, and to come on and tell us what he feels, because I think he was strongly opposed to some of the views. And, you know, we like him to give us his view. You know, whether he agreed with us or not, we like his contribution. And it is a platform where we welcome all shades of views, as long as you are being respectful to you know, with your comment, whether for us or against us or for other people in the panel. Keep it civil. Remember that none of us here caused the issue that we are tackling in Nigeria. So no one person has all the answers, and no one is the one who should be giving, you know, carry the brunt. Please, so when you are coming in, please come respectfully, and then let us see how we can judge you and get to, you know, make some you know, make some sense out of nonsense. It's always better that way. While I wait for you guys to come in, let me quickly dive to hear one of my very, very interesting uncle as he gives us this advice.
1,911,844,833 naira and 46. I'll take that again. 1,911,844,833 1 trillion. This money is too much for me. 1 trillion. I hope that is not on the record. 1 trillion 911 billion 840.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. If you have not subscribed to this channel, please do so. It will help more people to view us. It will also help us, to increase revenue. We'll probably be able to get revenue to be able to handle and pay the subscription for, to StreamYard that are charging us, charging Dr. Damages a lot of money. So welcome once again. Whilst we wait for the, guests to populate, Dr. Sam Amadi touch on a lot of things: the politics of Imo State and the politics of the Southeast, the politics, the raving matter right now concerning the coming up free Nnamdi Kanu right now, that being led by Sowore, and all that he'll allow to play. But here is, while we wait, here is one of the brief, the news, that was held in Abuja by one of the able lawyers of Nnamdi Kanu, what he said concerning the issues.
On the following, the warrant upon which Nnamdi Kanu was arrested was issued by a federal high court in Abuja. Warrant of a federal high court in Nigeria is not valid for effecting an arrest in Kenya. Kanu did not undergo extradition proceedings in Kenya. Extradition is a condition precedent to the assumption of jurisdiction of a court over a fugitive suspect returned from overseas. So the condition precedent was not met. That's a challenge to jurisdiction. Then we have Article 12, Sub 4 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, ratified in Nigeria in 1979 and codified as part of our laws in 1983 that prohibits unlawful expulsion of Africans from one country to the other. Exactly. And we have the continental counterpart that prohibits as such. It's our position that Nnamdi Kanu's exit from Kenya was unlawful expulsion that robs this honorable court of jurisdiction. So we are not talking only international law here. There's a misconception that, hey, Ejimako is talking about extraordinary rendition as if it's out of the blues. No, even our constitution prohibits extraordinary rendition. When the constitution said at section 35 that nobody shall be subject to arbitrary or unlawful arrest. What does that tell you? It means the constitution says extraordinary rendition even within the domestic territory of Nigeria is unconstitutional and is illegal. So at the arrest or what happened to Nnamdi Kanu in Kenya was arbitrary and unlawful. These are our positions and they are very, very clear. We have these Nigerian authorities to support all these things, and that is why extradition is important, and that is why United States, with all her military might, came to Nigeria. They want our top policeman, Abakari. They didn't take him by force. They approached the Nigerian government. They have the military, everything, but they are approaching our courts to issue an order that is called an extradition order or extradition warrant. So why didn't Nigeria respect Kenya? If Kenya cannot come to Nigeria and grab anybody and take them back to Kenya and subject them to trial, why should Nigeria be allowed to go to Kenya and grab anybody without authority of law?
Okay, sir. Okay,
and
sir.
Subject them to trial.
Sorry, sir.
So that is our case in chief.
What happened in court today?
What happened is that, I have said it before, we were outside consulting because there was a mild disagreement as to the number of lawyers that should be allowed inside the courtroom. So we left our books, wig and gown outside, and went outside. The judge had not come to put heads together in a civil conference with DSS officers to resolve the issue of how many lawyers that should go inside. Lo and behold, the judge came into the courtroom and ordered that we be locked out. We didn't know this. So somebody told us the judge is inside the room. So we broke up and went to the door to go inside the courtroom, but the door was locked. We banged. DSS officers banged. They refused to open the door. The judge proceeded to conduct ex parte hearing when lawyers are in court. A criminal defendant who was rendition since June in poor health, she conducted ex parte hearing and adjourned the case on her own motion to 19th and 20th of January next year. The law says this kind of case is day-to-day trial, that the maximum number of days or whatever period of adjournment allowed under the law is maximum is 2 weeks. So why this?
So why this? Gentlemen and ladies, just in case you've not been following the development, that is how we got to where we got to. Everything about this case has been extraordinary, has been novel. And sometimes when people argue, I wonder whether they argue from the point of knowledge. Because if you argue from the point of knowledge and you're someone who has, who is prone to believing and trusting and upholding the truth, there's no way, even if Nnamdi Kanu is somebody you hate with all the passion that you can ever get, there's no way you will approve what has been going on. That's just the beginning of this charade that you've been seeing all through in the Nigerian courts. The problem that we face in Nigeria is that we think that these things are only going to be seen in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, wake up and smell the coffee. We are dealing with an era where the social media and interaction and the time of travel of news have been reduced to almost zero. As the event is going on in any part of the world, it can equally be seen almost at that particular time. So a judgment can be sitting in Abuja, but if you are in Singapore, in Veranda Pole, you can get it on your set, on your handset, live and direct. So what we are simply saying, or what I'm trying to, nibble at right now, is the fact that this judgment does not only paint us in a bad light, it also makes people who want to invest in Nigeria, if there's any at all, not to want to bring their money to a country that does not obey the rule of law, or where the rule of law can be bent, twisted, hoodwinked, and then, to suit the narrative that the government want to achieve or the powerful individuals want to achieve. And that's why it's very dangerous for any of us, for yourself, for me, and for those who are currently going through the process right now. The truth is that injustice to one is injustice to all. And sometimes these things can be going on, and you think that it can only happen to, this man. No, you do not know when it will be your turn. There's an Igbo adage that says that he who throws stone into the market, you can't be sure whether it will not hit your relative. So this is throwing stone into the market and believing that your relatives will not be impacted. I can assure you that your relative may just be the one at the receiving end. While we wait also, I don't know, I can't see people joining. Is it my network or something? Because even getting on today was a bit difficult. But be it as it may, I am looking forward to having a robust discussion with every one person who is coming in, and to hear your view. Okay, here comes. Yes, so my brother Okpeholo, you're welcome, and my other brother Chim himself. You're all welcome to this evening discourse. Yes, sir. Chim, you're welcome, and Okpeholo, you're welcome. Let me ask you first. I think it's in the other way around, even though my this is put in the other way. You came in first. On politics. What do you make of?
No, let him go. Let him go. You get plenty.
Okay. You are not ready yet. All right. Okay. Chim, you're welcome. Chim, you followed all through.
No, sorry. Before you go, let me ask Chim something. Chim, I think if I heard you correctly, have you worked with MTN before? Do you know Kelvin Orifa?
Let's take that off air.
Bless you, man. All right. Okay. They talk about that this year. So
we'll chat off air.
Anytime you talk that day, you talk about Canada's like, okay, I think.
Okay. Thanks for that interlude.
The small one, anyway.
Yes. Chim, what do you make of the interviews today?
Well, I think there is never a time you bring in and it's somebody who has that, intellectual capacity to look at things, that the conversations would not be interesting. Because you would see, for someone like Sam Amadi in particular, there's no emotions being belied here. It's not a function of I'm an Igbo man or not. He's just dishing out things. First of all, he's a lawyer, so he's coming from the angle of the law, discussing it from what the Constitution says, how we look at it and all that. And then, of course, his personality as a person who wants to just be objective. So when it comes to the question of Nnamdi Kanu, I am not shying away from discussing it. It's something that should be discussed because it's very obvious. So for me personally, I've decided not to say anything anymore because there's really nothing you want to say that anybody who wants to be inobjective, if there's any word like that, will not try to impute the wrong meanings into it. The man is being held unlawfully. He's clearly being held unlawfully. People have done worse things. Let me borrow from Omoyele Sowore, who said the other day on his interview with Sheung Okimbolawe, when he said to the effect that we have Nigerian government functionaries holding meeting with open bandits, people who have clearly, taken the lives of other people, who have been terrorizing the state, killing people indiscriminately. You're having conversations with them. You're trying to negotiate your way out of them. We've had cases of people telling us that people are repentant repentant, what do you call them? Militants. You understand, and all those kinds of things. But this guy, was just using a transmitter, expressing his constitutionally afforded rights of opinion, and then you go after him. Now, even when the state apparatus, which is because the judiciary, the courts are state institutions, have looked at the case, and majority of those cases, like I saw you the other day, was it yesterday? You were recounting all the number of cases he's won.
Yes, yesterday.
Yeah. I just was at work and I couldn't contribute, so I stayed off. But the state does not want to, concede to its own institution, that its own institutions are telling it, this guy has not committed any offense, let him go. And then I'm happy when Dr. Amadi brought in the case of Simon Ekpa in Finland. When the Simon Ekpa's case started how many years after Nnamdi Kanu has been in detention for 10 years?
Yes.
So in another country, he was taken in
9 months.
And the judiciary has dispensed the case appropriately. Guilty or not guilty, whatever the case may be, I don't even know it, but they dispensed it. So I think, like I've always said, the Nigerian state and government constantly breeds what we refer to as conspiracy, whether true or false. They constantly create room for people to begin to say there's a dare there. Even if there's no dare there, for instance. But the state always constantly breeds that. Just let this guy go through the process. If he's guilty, throw him in the gulag. If he's not, let him go home. And you just keep him there. So I don't understand it. There's no way you want to look at it. I think today's conversation was a very well-held one. I wish the man would have stayed to complete that process. But of course, he had to go. So I thoroughly enjoyed it. He's a man I've listened to, whether it's when he goes to Arise to express his views or whatever. He's just somebody I enjoy listening to. He's one of the few, and I hope, as he's making this venture into active politics, should it go his way eventually someday, becomes governor of Imo State, I hope he will not toe the line of the guy in Anambra State, because that guy in Anambra State is something else. He's a total letdown. He's beyond. In fact, if there's any word worse than letdown, that's what he is. So I'll leave it at that and let Okpaholo tell us what his own views are.
Yeah, Okpaholo, are you ready for us now?
I think you summarize it well. I don't think it will be far from Professor Soludo, because all of them, they are product of the same school of thought. Forget the one at pure economics, why he take to administrative and law, but all of them now the same school of thought.
But hold on, Okpaholo. Are you certain of that? Because both of them have been tested at federal level, and each of them gave an account of themselves. Will you say that the National Electricity Regulation Commission is not better off? It wasn't set properly on the ground which is running now, which was done by Dr. Sam Amadi, as vis-a-vis the central bank governor who couldn't even do anything.
But you like grammar. Which time Nigeria don't ever get lights? At any point.
But that question was answered. It was called, and I'm not trying to defend him, but let's go back. It was called National Electricity Regulation Commission. It wasn't power supply.
You see, you know say that because you don't like Soludo, now make you the
no.
Now you might not actually know what he's doing, right? But what I'm trying to say is that as intellectual as he is, and all that kind of thing, I'd expect him, because it's kind of, having skin in the game, right? You see, if you actually won't know who a politician is, now who don't go contest? It doesn't matter if you win or you lose. Go contest first. You will never remain the same again. You understand? So if you look at those people where they go after themselves, all these politicians, now they are bragging rights be that. You understand? They don't really respect all these ministers about it. No, so just, but once you don't go, they don't vote for you at any level. You've gone through it. You will appreciate the systems they come. No be by how we they see them now. So I respect them for, despite all his theories and everything, he wants to go into the game and get his feet sowing it. So that I expect him. Another thing that I actually missed, did not ask him is about, he was part of the legal team of Ken Saro-Wiwa. So I wanted to ask him what is his take. Say Bola Tinubu don't award them, give them a Shena post, whatever, but normal, whatever they give them. So I wanted to see his own, since it's pretty much in the thick of the whole, or that's at that time, I don't know, but I read it on his profile. So, but the fact that I couldn't get there to ask him about that. So, but other than that, I think, I mean, it's what they present him to be. He's an intellectual, he's a politician. So I am not surprised the way, not that I talk and say when he say I was not 3 people at once, right? Not because you know what he's doing, right? So he's good at what he does.
He has an interview with another
I
television.
know, I get the point. He's good at what he does. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why it's not that easy to be on TV.
Analyst.
Even though allow me you they lie to the lie. Is it me that say make you they lie every day on TV? It's not easy. So
well, I don't understand your politics any longer. I thought I did, but now you are going a bit everywhere. Let me ask you this question.
I'm not saying that I respect him for what he does. It's what I expected from an intellectual who is in the game. I don't expect it to come out and be very raw in terms of they go after the other opposition, people that disagree with the way every other person will do it, right? So he play along very beautifully, and that's why it's very hard to disagree with him directly, right? Even if you want to, it's very hard.
Okay.
Can I correct an impression before Stay Humble comes in? So, I mean, this is in comparison to Dr. Amadi and Professor Soludo. So, I mean, I didn't know too much about Doc, until eventually he was appointed that chairman. But if you look at how he went about his duties, they're way different from what Prof did. Now, number one, remember there's a minister of power generation. There was a minister of power.
Yes.
Who is the political head. So the minister of power can sometimes overrule what the chairman of the regulatory authority is trying to do. Take him to the, and all that, which he brought up here. I mean, and he and Bat Naji from the southeast, but they disagreed on methods. And he was not afraid to say, I disagree with you. We shouldn't go about it this way. The other one went about his own, trying to go to his political master, which is the correct thing in any case, to say, Mr. President, this young man in this other office is, doing so and so, I would not agree with him. But fortunately for him, like he said, the president said, listen, we can't all be on the same page. Let that one do his job. If he disagrees, let's go and settle it peacefully. Now, why I'm bringing out these authors, compare that to Professor Soludo. I'm not going to take away Soludo. Soludo accomplished a lot in the banking system. He did.
Yeah.
However, being the first non-banker to occupy that role, don't forget he was coming from the educational sector. He wasn't before
economist.
The central bank governor had been an ex-managing director of either First Bank, Union Bank, AfriBank, those legacy banks. He was the first person after Sanusi. He was brought from nowhere. In fact, even the banking community didn't necessarily welcome him and accept him. But he did a lot. However, towards the end of his tenure, he derailed. It has to be said. He began to hobnob with bank CEOs unnecessarily. And I'm sure if we begin to probe into financial misfortunes, we'll find a lot of things here and there, which actually has been found out in any case, but that's not my duty this evening. So, and if you listen to people who have been close to Soludo, who served with him in Obasanjo's cabinet, i.e., Malam El Rufai and Madam Eze Ekwesili, you would hear things about this man. So some of the things you see Soludo do today in terms of ego have always been there. I'm one of those who, during the before the election that brought him, I told somebody, I said, if it's intellectualism, he will be the best candidate to be the governor of Anambra State. But when it comes to arrogance, Anambra people are getting into a one chance. That guy is going to go there and be looking down on people, which is what he's practically doing. That's what he's practically doing. If you ask to name one thing, you would think that the central bank governor will not be the one engaging in bogus projects. But he's the one engaging in bogus projects. Meanwhile, the trader is the one who came and was talking prudence. So I think when it comes to the moral efficacy of both of them, I think I would prefer Dr. Sam Amadi any day than over.
Yeah. Sorry. Let me add this to it. KJ, pay attention to this too, because waiting Chim talk now is the same thing with pretty much what you are trying to say, and even the doctors have said that yes, higher power are always there to oppose, his policy and all that. And thank God, even though be good Lord Jonathan, which also now the highest power, himself will not lose his job. So he's now saying that if I go into executive position as a governor, maybe we're able to do that. But it's always like that too with the case of Soludo, right? There's always higher power to either say go ahead or not. So now, when you now hold the executive power, you now understand that interest now bring you whatever that interest wants. Now you either go against them and then the consequences, or you follow suit. So that's where now the character is different. But
so who be the interest will bring these two persons? I want to make you this analogy where you give. Use and interpret these two persons. Alex Otin, Abia State, and the other person has just skipped my head. I'm trying to name people who have gone to office and resisted this thing. So who was the power that brought Alex Otin? Why is Alex Otin not dancing to some people?
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know the guy until the obedience wave just I say he win.
Alex Otin, he used to be risk in Central First Bank and then became MD of Diamond Bank before he became.
I know
3 times. Can't lose.
I don't for real. I don't really. So I don't want speculate or just overdraw. Seriously, political as in me knowing as a public figure now. After he don't win, and it came through obedience. So I did. I know. So I know. I can't say. This is it. But if you say banking system, right? Just look at the network around the world now. Just around the world. Now only a few people know the control banker, maybe Trump, and Paulo. Every other person in a banker, why they could not be bankers,
Okay, we need to move on. Don't come and promote Paulo for us. We are not going back to the day. All right, stay humble. You have been humble all this while listening to Mr. Opaholo argument and Chim. What will you say? What did you take out of the interview with Dr. Sam Amadi? Do you agree that the North, there is a problem in the North that needs to be addressed, especially with the religious, the issues going on there?
Okay, yeah. So, unfortunately, let me start by greeting the gentlemen, the panel. Good evening, everyone. I hope you're keeping fit.
Stay humble, man. We are old men. I'm not gentlemen.
Okay. Can see. So, unfortunately, I didn't listen to Sam Amadi. I had very important family engagement, so I didn't listen to him, and I didn't miss him a lot because I'm not a very big fan of Sam Amadi. Yeah, he is a very good analyst. I would say I've listened to him a lot. He's analyzing issues, and I think he's brilliant. However, I don't think if he becomes governor of any state, that he will be different from Soludo or Peter Mbah or any of those funny guys. I think it will be the same. If you know Sam Amadi, don't you know Sam Amadi? So Amadi was chairman of the Electricity Regulatory Commission, and he didn't really cover himself in glory. That's one. And over the years, he's been vacillating and tergiversating. Today he talks about PDP, tomorrow talks about Labour, and then recently he's been saying that the APC is the best party in Nigeria. So, if you were a young person looking up to him for guidance and mentorship, you'll be confused. So where does this gentleman stand? So I think Sam Amadi, if he's offered a position in this Tinubu's government, will grab it. Yeah, so I didn't really miss, now listening to him. Yeah, because sometimes I'm confused as to where he stands. But away from Sam Amadi, really, because Sam Amadi is not the major problem in Nigeria now. Let us talk about Nnamdi Kanu and what's going on. So recently, I heard something very shocking, that the Nigerian Medical Association declared Nnamdi Kanu fit for trial, etc. My problem is not about declaring him whether fit or unfit. Probably when did it become the responsibility of the Nigerian Medical Association? The Nigerian Medical Association is an association. It's more of a pressure group, and its main responsibility is the welfare of the doctors in Nigeria. So if the Nigerian government wants to ascertain Nnamdi Kanu's fitness for trial, medical fitness, I think they should go to a hospital and have him checked, examined, evaluated, and then write a proper medical certificate instead of going to the Nigerian Medical Association is not a hospital. So who are you going to hold responsible for whatever crops up from the report? See, the association, so it doesn't make sense, absolutely senseless. But yeah, it's Nigeria, where anything goes. There's no rule of law, so a lot of lawlessness there. Otherwise, the Nigerian Medical Association will not meddle in that. That's number one. Then number two about Nnamdi Kanu is that I suspect from what I've gathered, from what I've read, and I suspect that the American government, that the US is fed up with the Nigerian project, and they want to balkanize Nigeria. I think that would benefit them more, because they may think that if they balkanize Nigeria, they will strike new agreement, especially when it relates to natural resources. So, and so many people have been mobilized for that task. And maybe the Sowores of this world, and or did you think that these protests and everything, that they are just spontaneous?
If you ask me, I will probably say I always like to see things from my own end before I go to the outside. If you think that if you light a matches in your house, it will give your neighbor who is a fire service man the opportunity to use his fire hose, water hose, to break your windows. Since you already know that's going to be the outcome of the action of your neighbor, will you light a fire in your inside of your parlor? I don't know if you understand what
I'm saying. Not really.
Yes, because now you as a Nigerian government, the purpose for which people are being paid every day in your community is in your hands to control. The issue of Nnamdi Kanu is in your hand to control. If you suspect your neighbor who is a fire service man is going to suspect that you are trying to burn down your house, and therefore use his power hose, host to break through your windows, are you going to light fire in your house, bros?
Okay, so if you look at Nigeria, for example, the contraction called Nigeria, for example, you would see that there are interests, the interests that want Nigeria, and those main interests are the UK, the European Union. They're happy with how things are running in Nigeria at the moment. And then the Democratic Party of the US, Biden's people, they were the ones that, even made things worse. And they're happy, really. But I think that with the threat of Russia, in the Sahel, that the US are rethinking their plans. They are trying to, they don't mind ceding the north to Russia. They don't mind because they might think there's nothing much. So I think they want to strike new deals. If you've been following what's been happening with the Michael Rubin people, there is increased awareness. Even this thing that happened recently, where Reno Mokri brought in some funny guys, to talk about the religious the killings of Christians in Nigeria and all those things. You see that there are some hands, there are unseen hands. I think the US is very much interested. They might want to, make new deals, and but we watch and see what happens. But what I will say is that all these protests and the rest of them, they are not just spontaneous. They are not just the Nigerian thing. The people that want Nigeria to remain as it is, they are happy for Nnamdi Kanu to be kept in prison, because you know that Tinubu is not Tinubu, Buhari, etc. They take instructions from their masters. Then to Governor Mbah and these co-travelers, the Soludos of this world, the Fubaras of this world, etc. I don't want to waste saliva on those people. Yeah, but my issue is that why do we even go to election every 4 years, knowing that it's just a waste of everybody's time? Why do we just go there and try to vote, in quotes? They're just wasting everybody's time.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yes, let's move to Christian. Christian, you were actively involved in that some other session. What's your own take? And do you agree that the action now is because foreign powers are backing that and trying to see that the country comes to an end? Do you agree with that?
I don't like engaging in conspiracy theories. The world revolves on the will of greed better than the will of conscience. Now, every country has its own interests. That's the first thing. And the issue of Nigeria. The leaders, if the so-called Nigerian leaders have Nigerian interests, I don't think that any other country would interfere in the Nigerian affairs. Human beings are made have free will. So we are, so even God is limited by the free will of man. So if the free will of Nigeria to become a good country, or if the leaders want it to be a good country, then they will do the right things, and then the country will be good. But since it is not in their interest, or that's not their interest, actually nobody wants Nigeria. But the reason why Nigeria is still afloat is because of the oil and gas resources, and mainly the Igbo land and surrounding ethnic nationalities. Now, on Sam Amadi, actually, I listened to him very carefully. I have soft spot for him, the way he reasons. However, it seems to me that he still mired into this Igbo mentality of trying to build Nigeria when they know Nigeria is not going to work. I was trying to put perspective. Actually, I was trying to put perspective on my question before, but I didn't have enough chance, because if we looked from the time before the independence, Nnamdi Azikiwe addressed his people, you know, and we all know the content of that address. If you use AI to read that, using Nnamdi Kanu generated AI to read that address, you would think that Nnamdi Kanu wrote it. But we also know that the northern leader, Amadi Bello, was also preparing to take over Nigeria once the Europeans left. So he had his own strategy that he didn't want to be part of Nigeria unless Nigeria is handed over to them to run, which he succeeded. Now, it seems to me that that agenda has continued, because if you look at today, they have sent their youths everywhere in the south, southeast, southwest. I like to use the word Igbo nation, Yoruba nation, every other nation, you know, TV nation, you know, okay, in the south. So they sent their youths there, maybe thousands of them now. In 10 years, in 20 years, they will have a census that says there is a 1 million Fulani in Imo State, 1 million in Anambra, 1 million in Lagos, or 2 million in Lagos, 1 million or 3 million in Oyo. Now, what this translates to is that once they conduct an election, they now have 25% from all these states. Having restructured Nigeria into states to suit their conquest mentality, they will now be able to have 25% in all these states. So they will have no need to go to Yoruba, because the Yoruba people are thinking that today they have signed agreement with the North to support the Fulanis to take power. And then the Fulanis are helping them to also to get into power. But in due time, in due course, when these things are playing out, you know, they will now realize that they don't need anybody anymore. So they will continue to run elections, get 25% from all these states, all these nations, and then they will be the president all the time. And then they will continue gradually to, you know, allow the force the culture, the Fulani culture, onto every other culture, onto every other nation. You know, that's how this thing will work out.
Okay,
so but
I agree with you, Chris, and I'm going to come back to you, but I'm going to just Jefferson now. What Chris said is very true, because that was the purpose of the Ruga settlement agenda. Remember that the Ruga settlement agenda was supposed to be established in the 774 local government areas of Nigeria. In Abia, Chim's community was the one they penned down as the place they wanted to occupy. I still have the document. So in Abia, Mbah is the place they wanted to occupy. And these are rich, very rich soils and places where you have, you know, stream, and the land is very fertile. These are the deepest part of, you know, Igbo land. Okay. So the question be, just like Chris has framed it, is it that we, as you know, the other tribes in Nigeria are not seeing what the handwriting they are trying to paint, or we all just said to play dumb about these things and allow it to flow? When you are answering that, also answer the fact that Sam Amadi says something very key, you know, which is also what we have said here on this channel, that the you know, the genocide going on it's not necessarily because it's targeted at not necessarily targeted at Muslims, but the Muslim people who are being affected is just a collateral damage. And because many business people have entered, the original intent and purpose have been kind of a bit twisted, because you have just like what happened in the East. When the movement of IPOB started, it was quite clean and all that. There was nothing involved until rogues elements started forming groups. Those groups that now broke into different pieces, everybody began to create their own agenda. And he's saying that is exactly what is happening in some part of the North, which has made it as if it's everybody who's a target. Do you agree with that assertion?
Okay. No, see what it is there's only caveat here is that the only caveat here is simple, that in the East, when IPOB was formed, the governors, the warrant governors, they gave us, felt that their power has been weighted, and it was demonstrated when the sit at home was highly successful. And then they now realized that they have no power. They were in office, but have no power. So they have to do something. One is because their counterparts in the North and the West will taunt them and say, well, you don't have power, so why are you talking to us? And then they will come back and say, okay, well, you people are, because actually what it is that they try to pass MAGA, or what the way they say it, trying to make themselves relevant, So in that process, they will just tell these people, okay, let's, because I don't think that they have power to go and negotiate for Nnamdi Kanu's release, basically. So anybody calling them is just wasting time. And then they set up this, according to Dave Umahi, that he will set up parallel IPOB, which he did. So having paid those people for 3 months, 6 months, then those people are withdrawn. And then, when they stop paying them, because largely the way I know it is IPOB ESN is simply voluntary. So they don't have to be paid. So they have a lot of discipline. But those ones that are being paid, when they stop paying them, then they turn the gun to use it to do whatever they want to do. But what I'm saying is that the governors orchestrated those insecurity. And from what one Dr. Kachi, who happens to know more than I do, said it was funded by Buchi, and that is the then director of DSS under Buhari. And then, it was a string operation. So if you look at today, it seems that Bola Ahmed Tinubu has stopped funding them, according to him. Asari Dokubo, is angry because it seems that the contract is signed with Buhari. Tinubu didn't renew it. So when things are going, the insecurity are coming down now in the Southeast, is simply because those who happen to fund them have stopped funding them. Then occasionally they take over the power, they are gone to try to make money out of from the people. So that's my take on it. But definitely in the North, Boko Haram, all those things, they are not actually, in doing something that is against the state. So that is why the state is allowing them. The state, they are actually doing what the state wants to do. That is, one, ensuring the Fulanization through Islamization. So they present Islamic faith Just like when Britain came, they presented Christianity faith to colonize. So the Fulanis are presenting Islam to try to, as the faith they are using to colonize other ethnic nationalities. If you look at what is happening in Benue, I've said it and said it all over again. The people that are killed in Benue, in Plateau, in Nasarawa are the TVs, ethnic nationality. But nobody calls them TV because they call them Benue, they call them Nasarawa, they call them Taraba. And because they call them those things, which doesn't mean anything to them, doesn't mean anything to them. They can't come together and fight the Fulanis. But the Fulanis are coming together, even inviting those from outside Nigeria, to fight them as ethnic nationality. And that is why I keep on saying to people, unless we understand the power of ethnicity, in nation building, then we are not going anywhere. Because every time people say you are de-tribalized or de-ethnicized or this or that, because what matters, I keep on saying it, I give an example. If you take yellow corn, one yellow corn, and put it in a pool of white corn, it will be easy for you to find it. But if you take one white corn from anywhere in the world and put it in the white corn, pool of white corn anywhere in the world, you will never discover it. That is how ethnicity works. The easiest one you can see is Germany, East and West Germany. They use ideology to try to separate them, communist capitalism. But once the wall fell, both of them became one German. On the other hand, if you look at Czech and Slovakia, they're all disintegrated. So we can say this and all over and over again.
I need to go. All right, thank you, Chris. Jefferson, you were here also when the Sam Amadi was there. What's your make the interview? Is there areas you disagree with him? Is there area you agree with him? Is there area that you expected him to have spoken of on which he didn't speak? So just go ahead and air your thoughts.
Okay, no problem. So roughly, I just breezed in and out on the interview, but I actually agree with his assertion that, of course, there need to be reform in the electoral process, and he's also a very strong advocate for that. I've listened to him a couple of times, and the truth of the matter is all about sincerity of purpose, because if we actually care about nation building, we have to do what we need to do to actually seek redress. As it is now, Nigeria became 100 years old after the amalgamation. Of course, people will say, oh, why didn't Jonathan do the centenary stuff and the review stuff and all that? So, but as it is now, this is beyond 2014 and 2025. Unfortunately, as a country, I think they are still beating about the bush regarding what needs to be done, and try to trivialize the things that is so obvious in front of us. So it's just basic common sense at this point. No. I don't know. It doesn't take. It's not rocket science. And unfortunately, if you even look at some of the interviews of our current president and all the other leaders, it just shows that they don't know what they are doing. They are kind of clueless, and they are out of point in reality, but focus about how to do the next election. There's no sincerity or purpose in the INEC chairman. People who want to do the other youthful guys who are who are trying to rally around to see there's a proper electoral reform, they are doing their best to push it to the National Assembly. There are some groups who are actually pushing so that at least their voices can be heard. And we're praying that something needs to be done, but it's like a gamble at this point. And that's where we are. We're actually in a gamble. now, even with what is happening tomorrow, like I said in last broadcast, you know, it is very, very funny that when you talk of court injunction, the lawmakers who is handling Nnamdi Kanu's case, you know, they did everything due diligence, they are following the process repeatedly. But yet, sometimes when they come around for adjournment, either the judge is not around or one thing leads to another. It has been a hanky-panky repeatedly. So now that they know they want to protest or whatever, you will now see that the presidency was so quick to get a court injunction, court order to say, oh, what do you call it? The protest is not going to happen. And I'm like, who are these guys kidding? So they are so quick in getting court injunction so that protests will not happen, but very, very slow to look into the critical issue that is on ground. So it's just to tell you that.
Jefferson, hold on. On that ground, at least for today, we can put it for the judge. The judge refused to grant that. The judge said it is not right to stop Nigerians. It's a fundamental human right for them to protest. So, but they were only successfully able to get that they should not go to Aso Rock. And the judge also put a caveat to that, saying you must serve Sowore this letter before the end of Friday working hours, which they did not serve him. And
they are trying to.
Yes, according to the lawyers, once the ex parte order is not served within the time limit, it becomes null and void. So the protest is going on tomorrow all around the world. Go ahead, sir. Conclude.
Okay, sir, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm just saying that, you know, even with that, if it was not carefully handled too, you could have seen that they could have want the whole thing to happen so that when tomorrow reach, of course, trust our government because we already know the psyche already. Because unfortunately, our leadership is not ready to listen to nobody, but they are very, very quick. They are very, very quick to deploy the arsenal of the armed forces to unleash harm on citizens for protesting issues that are fundamental human rights. But when it comes to the other, you know what I'm talking about, insecurity and all of that, they are scared. They are scared like a kitten to actually confront those things. So this is, you know, it's just a little here and little there. I mean, can't we at least come to a consensus? It is a very big question that we need to our country is supposed to be asking themselves because we are kind of tired anyway. And of course, just like on a global scale where we have the issue of racism and everything, there will always be a Judas in our midst. Of course, as you can see here, the issue of tribe, and I think everybody is getting the picture of everything currently, because all over the world, if you look very, very carefully, people are being played. If you look very, even among white people that claim that they don't face any racism or they are enjoying the privilege, they are being to see now that the system is equally against everyone. It's more of an establishment against the masses, and this is the same kind of similar game that is being played on us in Nigeria. But however, it's kind of also funny that most people who are interested in leadership and seeing what is done to a certain class of people are not actually speaking up, because they say injustice to one is injustice to all. And I agree. And even if it is us that is in the helm of affairs that is doing this, it is still wrong on our side to uphold things that doesn't speak well of us. So we should be able to. Yeah, let me just stop here for now.
All right, thank you. Mr. Oti, you are here, and let's hear your view. I don't want to ask you any question because you were in, and I know that you must have come away with things you want to say. So go ahead, sir.
Hello. Yes, I think well, he didn't quite stay, that long, and well, I listened to him. I was much more attentive when he was responding to questions, so not during Rodolph's interview. So, as I said, what I noticed, what kind of what vital point was what Christian has already referenced. So, as an intellectual, Igbo intellectual, so I ask myself, I mean, this how is it that they feel so comfortable, with the situation we find ourselves, and that what kind of change are there? Some of the people like Dr. Sam expecting that is going to happen to bring to move the country forward, in its current state, because that's really what the issue is, So Nigeria has not always existed in the form in which it is now existing. So what this experiment, at least since 1999, and where we are today, are we okay? Progress, yes, but in which direction? And what is the prospect for the future? So what has it actually brought the people? So that's I think that's what I would expect people like him to give much more serious attention to, and think seriously about this. And I mean, well, it's again, it's not going to be up to him or to any particular set of people. It has to be the generality of the population, really, and that's where, if you like, mass movement, social movement comes in. Because if you're waiting for the politicians, those that have the reins of power, to do anything to bring about that that revolutionary change, that radical change, it's not going to happen. So they have to be forced into a corner. Right. Okay. If coming to the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, again, it's I would say the Schnee for Gestern, if I allow myself to borrow from the Germans. It's an old story with something we've been talking about here. It doesn't as a government that wants the best of its citizenry, that also is interested in maintaining civic order, peace, and security. So keeping one man, in spite of all the clamoring from important quarters, and not least from that part of the country this man comes from, a section of the country that rightfully feels aggrieved on so many fronts. So what is going on in their mind? I don't understand. So let's hope that it goes well tomorrow. But the question is, what is gonna? I mean, if they were going to be moved, they should have done something by now. That's my thinking. So, in other words, probably the whole thing will bring, we come to naught. They're not gonna shift ground. And if that is the case, so the question becomes, well, that is the question I ask myself, and I will ask anybody. Are they really in charge? These people that are run our government. Are they really acting or by themselves, in full understanding of the situation, circumstances, or are they just taking orders from somewhere else, from some other quarters? So that is to me, that becomes a critical question in the face of all of this. And,
okay.
So the same government that is prepared to negotiate with brazen, armed, undeterred bandits and terrorists. Okay, so in the face of the whole world, and then cannot release somebody who has not at least committed any crime, in the Nigerian soil. So it beggars belief. That's okay.
All right. Thank you, Oti. And Chima, coming to you, Dr. Sam raised an issue that in a said country, the 12 or now 19 states of the North cannot said to have its own Sharia law, because no country has two systems of justice, two justice system. It's either you are practicing Sharia or you are practicing the canon law, whereby some states decide to say this is the law by which we practice, and it is allowed. It also means that the country is already divided. Do you agree with your assertion? And if so, what stops us from Abia State, since Abia, Imo, and all the rest of us, Anambra, we are all Christians, so we can equally declare our own Christian states and practice our own law? Is there anything against that?
Okay, so can you hear me?
Find that yes, I can hear you. Wike once declared that River State is a Christian state, and they almost ate him raw. So why then do we allow 19 states, or now they even think they are up to 20 now that practice Sharia law in the North?
Okay, you asked a good question and then you spoilt it by mentioning some drunkard's name in the whole thing. So I was going to ask that question, but because of time and because I didn't want to elongate the question, I just stuck to that. That was one of the, in fact, that was my primary question I wanted to ask him. But before I go there, I want to address something. Incidentally, I think he has left. That the young man, what's his name? The guy who was here.
Stay humble.
Stay humble, sir. Thank you very much. So I think we need to dial down on our conspiracies. You know, he comes a lot most times throwing all these conspiracy issues here and there. It's not. Let's start getting a bit more mature. I'm not saying that some of the things sometimes we refer to as conspiracy are not necessarily true. They might have, for instance, like, was it last week they said the Minister of Finance was sick and then government was denying it, but it ended up being true to an extent, even though they've tried to patch it up one way or the other. So, but that being said, all this whole, that because you can disagree with someone, you can not like someone, but when the person is pursuing a cause that is right, you say, okay, listen, on this particular matter, I agree with this person. So this whole idea that Sowore is a mole or whatever, I don't know. Do you get what I'm saying? The guy is pushing the right cause. He wants this, and he's saying it accurately the way it should be. Why are you holding him? You didn't hold Sunday Igboho. You've not held the bandits that you are negotiating with in the north, and you're holding this person. So release him, let him go. And then somebody somewhere is saying that there's some conspiracy, some American, some British, some whatever. Can we dial down on all those kinds of conversations? Must we always find some funny thing about what somebody is trying to do all the time? I don't think it doesn't signify seriousness that we're serious, because I think as a people we're deep immersed in too much talk about conspiracies. That there's a reason why Masca, just the way Masca now did this now. There's a reason why maybe Masca is passing a message to somebody somewhere. I don't know. We're always looking for something to tell about what somebody is doing. I don't think it's matured. I wanted to bring that out quickly. On his views about the two-tier legal system that suddenly is coming up. The Nigerian state is not a proper federation. If Nigerian state had been a proper federation, every federating unit, Zamfara will have its own mini constitution on the way things are done in Zamfara. There will be an overriding federal constitution which will cover us as citizens, and it will be properly spelled out what that constitution covers. And the Supreme Court will be the arbiter of that, the interpreter of that ground norm. But every state would have. You live in the US, you know that there are certain laws in Texas that don't hold water in New York. You can go to Texas and get away with certain things, but you can't go to New York and get away with those things because the Texas Constitution rules on certain things. But we don't have that in Nigeria. We run a unitary constitution claiming to be a federal country. That's the problem we have. And as such, everybody is supposed to be subject to that unitary constitution. Unfortunately, how Zamfara and a couple of other states got away with that declaring Sharia law, I don't know how it is. So what you're saying is that Abia State, for instance, should go and come up with its own law on how to do certain things. River State, the same thing and all that. And it's a recipe for chaos. Unfortunately, the person who was in the best position to shut this down when it happened, being the then president of Obasanjo, did not do anything. He tried to turn a blind eye. And when he was asked, he said it will die a natural cause. He was trying to evade. I think at that point, he didn't want to have any conflict with people in the north. That's my interpretation of it. So he meandered his way out of it. But that irresponsible action that his government took has put Nigeria in a very precarious situation today. Because right now, anybody, and he's right, are we running one country or are we running multiple countries? Because we're supposed to have one constitution. Like I said, it's not as if our system gives the federating units the right and powers to have certain, what I call it, laws. No. I live in Alberta here in Canada. There are taxes, the way our building permits are done is different from the way those in Quebec and those in Ontario, or even our closest door neighbors here in British Columbia. It's totally different. But this is not the way Nigeria runs. Nigeria literally runs a unitary, supposed federal system. I don't know, it's convoluted if you ask me, but he is right. He has a view. He has a point there. That if Zamfara can do that and everybody's declaring Sharia, then what you're saying is River State can go and declare if there's anything like a Christian law. I don't know. I'm just submissive because I don't know. I've never heard that before. So I think these are some of the things we need to go down whenever we have a mature leader, president, who is able to call the different federating units and say, okay, let's sit down. There are a couple of things that are derailing us as a nation. Let's sit down and agree on how we'll go about these things. Do we still want to be, even the federal character system we even talk about, we need to discuss all those things. So right now, things are just being done anyhow because we have very irresponsible leaders. And the particular person in office now is the most irresponsible president Nigeria. I don't know if somebody else will come and surpass him. The man is just into politics. He's not into leadership. Everything for him is politics, political meandering, calculation, targeting election, plotting the next position. That's all this man is in to do. And I don't know why people can't seem to see it. Because every time I look at him, I'm like, is this a dream that this man became Nigeria's president? I'm sorry to say it. If at all, I look at this man and I'm like, so this guy won Nigeria. Till tomorrow, I'm still in shock. Till tomorrow, not till yesterday, till tomorrow. I'm still, anytime I see him, I'm like, so this guy became Nigeria's president. How did this guy get here? So I think these are some of the things that need to be resolved. And yes, Dr. Sam Amadi has a point there.
All right. He said Omilokon, and he became it. So, Mr. Okpaholo,
sorry, KJ. Before,
Master, don't be offended. Somebody said that the Nigerian state. Where does this guy live? This person that said the Nigerian states have their own constitution. Where does he live?
I see. Some of them just speak because it has to do with a particular list, and I don't want to engage in that because that'll be distracting what I want to do here. So, but gentlemen, Nigeria has one constitution, and it's a unitary constitution. It then means that no state can act unilaterally on its own, especially if it's a matter that has to do with the federal law. That is sacrosanct. However, in the time of Obasanjo regime, we realize now that what we have read and studied in school as concerning Nigerian constitution is no longer obtainable, that you can now decide to introduce Sharia law in your state and then have it run, side by side.
KJ, I was just listening in the background, but I just wanted, not that I want to defend anybody or any issue, but I just wanted to put a small clarification on the table. I hope it will help. Okay. The issue is not that Kano State have declared Sharia law. No. Anybody in Kano is subject to the Nigerian constitution. what it is meant to put in place is that some people can decide, let's say me and you now, we can decide if we have an altercation or an issue, we can decide that, okay, this is the law that we want to be judged. And I don't think it's only Sharia law that is the issue. There is customary law. I know that there are customary courts, and these are not conventional legal systems. Okay, so I mean, even if I am a Muslim, for instance, in Kanu, I can opt to say, no, look, okay, yes, I stole, but this is the law that is applicable to me. I think the issue is not that a state have supplanted the constitution or have created its own legal system. No, it's just saying that, okay, for the generality of the people, if they want to avail on this, it's available to them. But it's not going to apply on anybody who doesn't want to opt out for it. I'm not defending the Sharia law. I am not saying that it's okay. One of my major issues with even applying the Sharia law is because, look, if you really want to start applying it, the governors themselves should have started applying it themselves. But I'm not saying that, look, it's okay, it's not. But I just want, because people say it and make it look, once you enter Kanu now, it's a different law. That's not true. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'm happy that you're here. And I don't want to, give myself any form of praise, but I can let you know that I follow these things very quietly and well. Also, I have videos here that I can show you to prove how that law has been applied to people who are not even Muslim, who live in Muslim or live in those Sharia states. People whose stores, shit, I don't know, somebody's mic is on. People whose stores they've gone there and seized their bottles of beer and all that and gone to trash them. Those people are not Muslims. That's one. Two, the issue of Deborah.
Okay, so let me, sorry, KJ, just a quick pushback on that. So that is where I am standing, because look, when people say this is what I want to implement in Nigeria, what happens is that they go and implement what they want, irrespective of whatever that law they want to implement says. Okay, I give you a good example. We've been talking about Nnamdi Kanu. Is it not the same issue? Is there any law now in Nigeria under which the man is being incarcerated? So it's the same thing that, look, when you talk about applying the law, whether they will apply it as it is or they will do an arbitrary application is a different matter. That's the point I'm making.
Okay, so let's leave it there. But you see, Masker, my fear in this has always been that if I'm doing injustice to you, and that injustice is a dangerous one, once the person does no longer have life, it becomes an issue because nobody can replace it. So from the onset, let us understand whether we are running a country or we are dividing a country, and can anybody, just like Jim said, in America, no states run the same law. They all have their constitution, but there's certain laws that are agreed that this you will do this and do this, and when the federal law comes to play, every other state will follow the federal law. But there are areas where I live, I pay tax. Okay, I pay grocery tax. Some states don't do that. Some states don't do anything. They don't collect tax on anything food. Okay, so it's all different. In fact, there are certain things that are better in some states, and there are some that are not that other states are better than. Okay, and that's understandable. The system is working. Nobody is saying, So what we are saying is, if we are going to operate such a system, let it be known across board to everybody that you can now put your domestic law as long as you want. But then let us go ahead and discuss, because I have a lot of videos that I'm going to play later on. So since you are here, you will be able to explain to us what is really going on. Okpabolo, you heard what what Sam Amadi said, and then what the pushback that Masker has brought now. What will be the real position? Are these things political? And if it's political, how do we handle it so that those who are not Muslims and who do not believe in what they are preaching will not be affected. Remember the case of the little girl who was taken away from the father's house and led into the house of one of the emirs, and they refused to release her because she's in the emir's house, and she has now accepted to marry the man who kidnapped her. And they said this cannot be reversed. Okay, so I don't know how that case ended up, but I know that at the time I followed it to a stop, that had not been affected because the police couldn't even go into the emir's house to rescue the girl. So, but I'm saying that to say, what is your position? What should be the position of a country that wants to go forward and giving everybody a level playing ground?
Let me start by saying, I think in life, there are only two things that are sacrosanct: birth and death. Anything in between is movable, is changeable, is destructible, is rebuildable, is constructible, is shareable, anything you can think. And some people will go ahead to tell you, in order for actually to advance or break through, you have to break laws. All right. Chim was talking about how what Chim was talking about at that time is called dual sovereignty in America, which is what I've been advocating for. And as far as I'm concerned, that is the next stage of our federalism practice. How do we go into dual sovereignty, whereby every state is primarily responsible in charge of the welfare of its citizen? And in order for you to take care of your citizen, you need money, you need economy. That's why you don't have to go outside and borrow or ask for, when you can actually utilize your own resources that is abound within your own society. That's what federalism is all about. If I want chop for my village, why should I be looking up to Abuja? It's my family. If my loyalty is to my family first, my community seconds, before the nation. So the responsibility of the federal should be limited to something that is above in small communities. But when you talk about how communities go chop, how they go to develop their road, their healthcare, their skill, their everything, has nothing to do with the larger country. So that is where I am in support of Sharia. Now, maybe not because I grew up for village compound, whereby you wake up as a Peking, you go play. You fuck up, excuse my Yoruba, they treat your fuck up for the right there. You move on. So when the Sharia thing come, of course, everything was calculated. They are actually practicing what federalism is about. But what my problem is, we from the South, is that we don't understand how change comes into reality. Change just happen because people want it. Organized people makes change happen. What the Syrian state do was to organize and lay a war to the president. Then the choice is yours. Don't support what my people want, or you lose power. So everything, just nothing wrong with that. Now when they complain, they write you, life goes on. My goal in life is my small language for so we be saying now only 200 people they speak is to be the national language in the country. And if I organize the majority of the country, the name of democracy, I will make it happen. I will use the instruments of the state. The one Nigerian author with Dr. Nnamdi Kanu come but a couple of months ago, I think it led to what we are saying, that we should take cognizance of the gentleman agreements, that some political agreement that is developing outside our constitution. And Sharia law is one thing he alluded to. He said, yeah, this is a good thing. Turn by turn is another thing. It's not in the constitution, but it's a gentleman agreement. They are using the power of democracy, which is the majority, to bring it to bear. Another good example of that, which Dr. Sam Amadi bring before us, not be on talking loud before I actually say, oh, is the Deborah case. That the murder of Deborah in the name of blaspheming, and the fact that the state let the perpetrator go free is an endorsement that is a law. You can prove me wrong, Google it. How many countries have religious defamation death as their capital law? Now about 7. Nigeria is one of them. It is not in the constitution, but majority is bringing it to our practice. Again, that's why I said there's nothing wrong with that. It will not depend on you to do that. So again, going back to the next stage is the dual sovereignty. There's a reason why the elite take hold of that conversation. They turn it to resource control. That's a trigger to those people who don't have quote unquote resources. But there's nothing like that, right? So it is the adjunct of that debate. It's not about resource control, it's about every state taking care of their own people and grow accordingly. Of course, with the federal government as the arrowhead. Especially now that the numbers are growing, because one of the strong arguments against going back to regionalism is that the control of one person is too much, over 200 million people. But what they are not factoring into that argument is that 50 years from now, each children say go to approach 200 million. Then what we use, you begin the conversation all over again. So you understand when these elites are having this debate on TV, it's resource control. No, it's not. It's pretty much here. Everybody wants to have his own law. I want the cultural way of our living of Edo people to take precedence of our lifestyle. If we have our own a way of doing our life without necessarily subject to the federal government, we will take government house to Oba Palace and turn the current government house to engineering room builders. Let the elders deliberate how the norms should go. Then why the educated ones should get to work? So as far as I'm concerned, I'm not against it. Just organize, stop crying, and get to work. I think that's our problem. And that's what I said it yesterday. There's a great difference between organizing and mobilizing. Very soon they will start to demobilize to win election, get their 70 off without say. But who really want to organize is a long journey, it's a marathon, because a lot is involved. You have to educate, you have to inform, you have to actually provide, you have to empower, you have to stay with them. So it's like actually planting the seed and wait till it germinates before. That's exactly how organizing is. And this, our leaders, quote unquote, they understand the process. They know that if they embark on that, the pushback is very engaging, and they might not even live to see that they are planning. So that's where the greed come into play here. But it's all upon to us, or with the common people, or anybody that have idea. The only way your idea can come to fruition is if you get to work by bringing other people, organizing other people to bring it, because nothing is unchangeable. If you want to reverse the Sharia law, it is possible. It's about numbers. It's about work. It's about resources, because those that brought the Sharia to fruition, don't say they just wake up and say Sharia and it happened. No. A lot of education now, a lot of things.
But it cannot be by numbers. If you say by numbers, then it will never change, because I don't think there was any number from the south that was going to support that. It's going to.
No, they use regional. You cannot
they tell you now. Now they tell you, but if it go change, it's going to be by reason and rationality. People are going to be able to say, you know what? This is what is supposed to be the right thing, whether I'm a Muslim or not. We're a secular state. Let's not have this duplicity of laws. Simple.
Yeah, but it didn't come to be by pronouncement now. It still went through law. They still have to go through the legality, or that's why you get the numbers. When I'm talking of number, number to even bring your idea to national conversation. And if you pay attention to the outside Nigeria, or even pay attention to Nigeria, some of the presidential candidates, they enter the race because they have a message. Because at that presidential race, that's the biggest microphone you can ever get. Right? So when I say numbers, is how many people can you get to support what you want? If you want the Christian state to have equivalent of Sharia law, Now states you go mobilize now. Nobody can become president without winning the south or southeast.
So talking about when it comes to voting
we need to
office. No, sorry, KJ, I want to correct something that people don't seem to realize.
Okay.
There will never be a time. Listen, let's be honest. I'm not here to pander to political correctness. If the entire senators and members of the House of Reps from the North are pushing a particular thing that favors them, they will see this and say, okay, you know what, for equity and fairness, this might not be right. But they will never do that. They will always vote along with their caucus and vote that way. But if Nigeria is going to ever do the right thing, there's going to be somebody who's going to say, yes, I'm from the North, but you know what, this thing you, my brothers are pushing doesn't make sense. I'm not going to vote along with you guys. That's why you see sometimes, that's why you have the senator from Pennsylvania, sometimes going against the Democratic Party. Some of the things his caucus is pushing doesn't make sense to him, but because he lives in a society that is liberal enough to accommodate his views, he's able to vote against his party. Right now, the Nigerian senators they are not that matured. Whatever they come and tell me that they're intelligent, they're not that matured in their reasoning to be able to.
No, Chim, you are taking
this.
All right. No, Pablo, hold on. We need to move so that other people can feel part of it also. Chris is gone. Jefferson, I can't see you. So let me move to Maska, what's your view?
About what?
On what the assertion that Mr. Olna policy is trying to project, and how do we sort this thing that we have different laws in certain states and different laws in another? Is it possible that we revert to what it was before, or do we now need to all sit down and make our own laws so that everybody can be accommodated?
Well, I actually see, KJ, my position is number one, I would say, if my understanding of Ovie's position is correct, which is simply, it's not about shouting or being emotional about things. It's about prioritizing what is your objective. Like he said, if he wants his language, as small as it is, to be the national language, it's about working first in terms of articulating his path and making sure that he garners the correct amount of numbers that will make that to come to pass. If that is his position, I can't argue with that position. Because no matter how much we would like to destroy the country, the fact of the matter still remains that we kind of still work with each other, so to speak. There's still some sort of pretentious attempt to say that we carry each other along. So to that extent, I totally agree with Ovie. I think that's the most civilized way to go. Technically speaking, if you want to remove Sharia, what is important is to go and meet some of these states, some of these people, and try to convince them that, look, you've done this, but it's not helping your people. Or even to go to the people and convince them that your leaders have done this, but what has it brought to the table? And like Ovie rightly pointed out, and maybe you don't have to go that route. You go and say, okay, look, if you people in Sharia you want, for you to have Sharia, we need, say, for the oil producing states, we need 50% revenue. So if you are willing to, if Sharia is that important for you, this is what is important for us. Let's meet halfway, and it's. I think there's no argument with Ovie's position, if you're asking me, on the issue of states having very obviously, whether we like it or not. The problem I have with we Nigerians is that we are very, very emotional, and the emotion is not to do with what is it that is important for you. You're looking at what the other person is doing, and you're trying to see how you can actually put spanner in his works, whether he's going to fall into a ditch or whether he's going to start flying. That is irrelevant. We always like to look at our neighbor. The truth is that, okay, yeah, people can argue that, yes, you can see that people go to beer parlor and they destroy the beer. But I will put it to you today. There's Sharia law in Kanu, and I will put it to you that if you go to Sabon Gari down this night, people are drinking beer in Kanu. Or you want to argue with that?
Listen, Master. I'm not trying to dispute or not dispute. What I'm talking about, what has come to national level.
No,
obviously.
No, hold on, KJ. Because what has come to national level.
If you allow me to land, you will understand where I'm going to.
Okay.
I didn't write those news. They are coming from national level. It doesn't mean that in Sabon Gari or even the old Kanu, somebody cannot be in his house and drink beer. You wouldn't know what the person is doing inside his house. If I want to drink beer and I'm in old Kanu, I can go and buy it, put it inside my bag and go and drink in my room. Okay? And of course, Sabon Gari, people still have hotels, and some of those hotels sell alcohol, whether openly or otherwise. The people being human beings that we are, we always, sometimes certain people don't like to go by the norms. They are outliers. They don't want to follow what the society has built out. Consequently, that is why you have police and the law court, because not everybody will follow law. Not everybody will follow laid down rules and regulation. If not, there will be no reason for law. So in Kano, it doesn't mean that because this is are not allowed, means that people are not doing it. If people are not doing it, then those ones that are breaking, the bottles they are breaking, where did they come from? They didn't stop them in the highway and brought them into Kano to break them. Somebody took them there. So that's what I'm saying. So we're saying what will be equilibrium, the level for everybody, so that things are done in this way, that everybody can find a space for himself.
Okay, so well, you've landed. Your argument is that people don't drink in Kano, or there's no beer parlor in Kano, or that there's beer parlor in Kano.
You are not following me, Basket. Just waiting for me to land. I said there's obviously beer parlors in Kano, because even if they're not written beer parlor.
No. What I'm saying is that these beer parlors are not hidden. It's not like they are doing it under hiding. This is what I'm putting to you.
Okay. I don't know about that. So I'll leave it to somebody who knows.
Exactly. You see this statement you make, this is for me what is very important, that all of us Nigerians, when I don't know about something, I would rather say, okay, no, I don't know. I will look for somebody who knows and let the person explain to me. Even this Sharia law, I remember when it was implemented. I'm a Muslim, and what I can tell you is that just like the English law, Sharia law is very technical. It's not a religious law. It's a technical. It's something technical that just because you are a Muslim doesn't mean you understand it. Doesn't mean you know it. So if you really want to talk about Sharia law, you have to go and study it and understand it. Then you can talk about it. This is one of the things that for me, I think is also very important. We don't know something, but we are quick to talk about it. But I'll leave it at that. My position is that leave Sharia law aside. There has been customary law in Nigeria. This I know. Recently, just now, I'm dealing with a divorce case, for instance. And we have our own culture. When you divorce your wife, there are certain things you do, apart from the religious aspect, apart from if the matter reach, you can take it to court. But there's where people, like Ovie said, everything you see, it's people that put it beyond, apart from the life and death. Any other thing is people's creation. So people would be able to sit and look at it. And yesterday, this guy, I think eccentricism was talking about, I can't remember the word he used, but the bottom line of the point he's making is that if a society is to progress, that society must always look at its circumstance. And for instance, you count how many people are here on this platform. Okay, we are just 5. So maybe I can speak a little bit longer. If there are 20 people, it means I should speak for a shorter period. Bottom line, I still believe that the idea that every state must be exactly like the other one, I think we are arguing from both sides of the word. The same UKJ is saying that the Igbo people should be allowed to go, so that because they believe that their rate of progress is going to be different. You are the one now arguing that every state must have exactly the same thing.
Listen, Masker, you're not understanding me, and I think you are comparing oranges with apple. In the first place, a law that will be practiced by the generality of the people must be understood by the people. That's the only way they will know when they have infringed the law. Secondly, that we are saying we are being, there's some form of, limitations for the Igbos, and therefore we are saying that we should be allowed to go. It's totally a different thing in this case. But let me move ahead and ask Mr. Chris.
Before you move, KJ, did it not occur to you that for generality of Muslims, they would rather be judged according to Sharia law than the English law? It didn't occur to you?
So that's what we are saying here. You see, what we are saying here is we are not begrudging Muslims who want to be judged.
You are. No, see, let's not sugarcoat things. KJ,
no,
the truth is that people are begrudging that fact. And if, for me, I would rather like people say, let this thing be implemented properly or educate us on this thing.
See, Masker, you're rather putting words in my mouth, but I don't want to go there. Let me leave it. You see, the thing is this. I will never, I'm a Christian. I like the Christian practice. I will not impose it on you. Don't impose your own on me.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody, I don't know what language I will use, how many marks I used to say this thing.
You are still making a mistake. You are still making the same mistake you are making, the same mistake that we are trying to deal with. That is, if Kanu decides to implement Sharia law, then allow me in Abia State, who are Christians, to also implement the Christian law. So if I go to Kanu, I know that if I don't want Sharia law, I won't go there.
I don't think anybody stop you. It's just that you are not able to win the debate. Nobody stop you from implementing Christian law.
No, don't. Let's not go there. I know the politics of that. I know the person who introduced the
you
first
just said it, politics. Go and play the politics and win.
No.
You said it yourself.
That politics. Hold on. So hold on. I don't want to be dragged into the argument, but let me tell you something. The politics of number have never worked for the Southeast. The politics of number has never worked because we don't have. What are you saying? Why? You be politics. You say all.
Don't ask him why. Ask him.
All right, let's move on.
Ask why. Ask KJ what politics will work for the Southeast.
Okay, when I see Masker. Let me tell you something. You see, these things are the things that they played over and over for in the Nigerian constitution and the Nigerian politics that make some of us get annoyed. You know, for instance, that no matter how the South is come together to vote for a purpose, that purpose can never be passed. You know that.
No,
what are you saying?
KJ, you are not. See, the reality is that persuasion involvement.
Why don't you allow me land now? You keep jumping in and you are asking me the questions. Nobody today will begin follow this thing. How many senators do you have? Hold. Wow. Okay, let's move on. Chris, please go ahead and make your comment.
Okay. I've been listening to this conversation. When we say Nigeria will not work, people think that we just simply hate Nigeria, or Nigeria will not develop. People think that we hate Nigeria. Not so. You see, one of the things you are taught in any business school is business environment. One strong aspect of business environment is the legal system. Now, countries that are highly developed have very strong judicial system, and the ones that are not developed have bad judicial system. Now, when we are looking at Nigeria today, I mentioned it when Rudolph was asking us to evaluate what Dr. Amadi said. And I said to him, he still believes in this Nigeria can work erroneously. Why? Because Nigeria, there's something I keep on saying it. There's a difference between multiculturalism and multi-ethnicity. They are two different things. Now, every country drives its constitution from its culture, cultural and social values. Now, if you are telling us that you are free to have Sharia in the north, and the other people are free to have this thing, this thing. If you look at Nigeria Constitution today, it has at least four contradicting values. So that is why it has been difficult to have a rational framework to govern the country. It's not, I went to a white man's church. He says, human beings are by nature sinful. That is why we make laws. So the reason why we make law is to make sure that everybody is protected. Now, when you come and pick and choose which law you have to be, on which you can try your case, or on which you can be tried if you commit the same offense, say two people commit the same offense. The other person opted to be judged based on Sharia, and the other person is opting to be tried based on English law. Does that tell you a working system? The answer is no. So the reason why we are saying this is this. A country must have one constitution. And if you have contradicting values in the same constitution, then nobody will simply obey it. And that's why it has become difficult to have Nigeria today obeying their constitution. No government, no individuals obey the constitution. So what we now have is government of strong men. In a country that is good or developing country, what you have is strong constitution, strong law. So when they are telling you why don't East carry out their own organize themselves, and vote for Christian law. The issue is that's why Nnamdi Kanu is actually in prison today, because he's asking the question, can we vote? Can we vote to decide what the Igbos want? And the state said, no, you can't. And then they took him to prison. So anybody is asking you that question is being mischievous or being ignorant or playing ignorance. But the fact is this, okay? For Nigeria anybody who wants Nigeria, I keep on saying it, those of you who live in United States, Texas have their own constitution. California have their own constitution. For us here in United Kingdom, UK is made up of 4 countries. Okay, 4 countries. You have Scotland, you have England, you have Wales, and you have Northern Ireland. They have their own constitution. It's unwritten constitution, but they have their own legal systems. Sure. They have their own currencies. So, and this is based on their culture. And this is why I keep on talking about ethnicity. That is, the culture is like DNA. Social value is like the DNA of a society, every society. So you cannot simply say Nigeria there's a Nigerian culture now. But you can say this is Yoruba culture. This is Hausa culture. This is Fulani culture. This is TV culture. Okay? So if we can arrange ourselves in that cultural in that human, in that unit of human taxonomy, okay, in that unit of human taxonomy, then we can make sense of what we have in Nigeria or what we can become in Nigeria. In other words, the Fulani man who wants to be, want to have Sharia state, we have his own Sharia state, fine. But when he's coming to the federal level, he will now negotiate with a Yoruba man who doesn't want to have Sharia. So, okay, well, this is Sharia you are going to have. You remember when before, basically, the reason why the TVs, one of the reasons why you have TV riots, where the Sadona of Sokoto had to send army to crush the TVs during the early this thing was because when Britain was leaving, the TVs said they don't want to be part of the North because they don't want to be part of the Sharia. So arrangement was made in such a way that the Britain took away, you know, I think Sam Amadi talked about it. Was it him or somebody else? I don't know, but I think he talked about it, that they had to constitute this panel to remove the criminal part of the Sharia system, the Sharia law. And then that's only when they convinced the middle belt or the so-called middle belt, but I call them TV people because these are their names. Today, you call them Benue, you call them Taraba, which doesn't mean anything. And that is why they have been killing them, massacring them, you know. So what I'm trying to say is that, you know, this Sharia has always been a problem from the very beginning. People can, if they want to have Sharia, there's no problem, okay? But to have two legal systems in one state, then for somebody to choose from which one, you know, so no investor will come in. So it is not about even the social problems, solving the social problem. It is about the investors coming in to invest in that particular society because he doesn't know which.
Nobody has invested in Kano State. Because let's be careful how we talk. Are you saying that there was never an investor in Kano since the invention of Sharia? Is that what you're saying?
No, look, listen. I'm not. What I'm trying to say is simple. Irrational people wouldn't want to go to such society. You know, even when Nigeria was a pariah society under Abacha, a lot of people brought in money to invest in the oil and gas sector. So it is driven by greed. Not you know, such investment is driven by greed. It is not driven by normal economic rationality.
Okay, thank you. Let's make traction, Chris. I hear what you're saying, and I want to move with that because okay. Support diaspora voting. You've been following the discussion right from the time we started. What's your own view? And this view that you know, Sharia, the lawyer who is lawyer par excellence, that's Sam Amadi, said something very key, that Nigeria is operating two legal systems, and that is why there will always be conflicts because it doesn't work that way. And he explained it to a large extent. We have said it before here, that when you run a two legal system, the tendency of people who are not part of one will be affected by one is always there. And that has happened over time. What do you say?
Anyways, hello everybody. Happy weekend, and hope you're all fine and safe and doing good too. Though I didn't, let me not lie, I didn't follow up anything at all. I was just catching up with the moment I signed in was when I was just catching up. So I'm trying to like able to deduce the discussion where it's heading to. And I think if you're talking about having two set of laws in a country, yeah, I think that's supposed to be what you're talking about. Was it Chris said it not quite long, like in America where you have different laws, different states. Yeah. How does the people cope? You understand? How does the people cope? Having the law might not be the problem. I think is the implementation of the law, whereby you blatantly see selective justice, where you are using the law to attack certain people. I think that is the problem. And having the kind of law is not the problem, because it's just like you have two religions. I'm following my religion. You are following your religion.
Let me stop you. Let me stop. Say, hold on. So you can tell us how that should happen. In the case of Deborah, who was said she blasphemed against the prophet, is the Nigerian law say she should be killed?
Apart from what do you mean Nigerian law? What law are you talking about? Nigerian
the
law.
Federal Constitution, the Constitution of the Republic.
Why you sound as if you're not Nigerian? We have to. There's criminal, there's penal, there's criminal, there's penal code. Which one are you talking about?
The penal code says she should be killed because she blasphemed against the prophet.
So was it the penal code that asked that she should be killed, or she was mobbed?
And well for you. I beg, let's move on.
Hold on, wait. Listen to me. Listen to me. You asked me a question, so give me the floor to answer. Don't gag me because you don't keep your throat. Relax. Even in the certain part, where we have our own criminal law, whatever you can call it. When you see somebody who kills somebody or rob somebody or trying to kidnap somebody, and they mob the person and kill the person in the south, was it our law that asked those people to do it? No. Those people.
Now you see, you are making a mistake, and I don't
make mistake. You asked me a simple question, and it's simple.
Fallacy called something of generalization. I'm trying to remember it. You are just generalizing whatever you are speaking.
You asked me a simple question.
Hold on. Listen. Hold on. You see, let's not run. In the south, let us assume now a person is mobbed because the person is said to wanted to steal. They caught the person and burn the person alive. The people who burn them alive, when the police come there, do they leave them to go? They allow them to.
If they catch them, they arrest them. You catch them.
Are they arrested? Are they prosecuted? Are they jailed? Or are they even sentenced to death?
If they are caught, yes. If they are caught, they are being prosecuted.
Then what are you now telling me? What are you saying?
Now, show me. Hold on. Now wait. Show me one evidence or a video or whatever or statement put by the police that those people that mobbed Sarah, that they were caught, and they were released. That they have.
I will not only show you. I will not only show you video.
Just hold on.
I will show their faces. Their faces have been trending on the list. What are you saying now?
Hold on. Just listen. Listen. You have a proof of the faces of. I'm not trying to hold brief for them. I'm just trying to how the law works. You trying to say that those people they did it. I agree. She was mobbed, which was wrong. And police investigated. You understand? If they have evidence that those people who really actually did it, you understand, who did, and they were in police custody, and they were let go because I know you did it, but I'm letting you go because you didn't commit any crime. You get my point? That is what I'm looking for. But for me,
okay, let me answer you. I'll answer you with three examples.
Hold on now. Okay. We can say, they were caught and the police let them go. That can come from biased set of my mindset can come. But I'm talking about proof, how the law is supposed to work. Proof. You understand? It's just like the way we say police catch criminal and you collect money for criminal hand for south. But police leave and make it go. You understand? We've seen things like that too. But the police will come out and certainly deny it. Even if here in the south, when you say some police catch kidnapper or you catch cultists, after some time, they let them go. We always say that here in the south. But do we have like proof or maybe police or come up with say like we don't have? It's hearsay, and we believe because they are corrupt. You understand? But same applies to the north. Those people who you are claiming that they murdered, yes, they did. It's wrong. But like,
Lokopi. This argument is KJ. Are you suggesting that Deborah was tried in an Islamic court?
No, she's not. She was mobbed,
right?
You guys are making.
No, it's you guys making.
I don't want to drag the discussion further. Let's move on.
That's how you do. When you lose the arguments, that's how you say, no worry.
Lose which argument? I have done a story.
No worry.
Hold on. You see, I don't want to, that's why I'm getting annoyed with this thing. I followed when hold on. When Isa Guda when Isa Yuguda was the governor of Bauchi State. Okay, there was a teacher from a federal government college who caught a girl in an examination copying, okay, from her labs.
Malpractice,
and she said she caught the girl and said, "Why are you doing this? Get up." Okay, took her papers. Then the girl shouted, "Ila, ila, ila, ila." Then told her classmates that this woman, okay, tore the pages of the Quran. Are you listening to that lady? Her name is Titi Layo. She's from either Ondo or one of the Yoruba states.
Go ahead.
The students started shouting, started making noise in that class. The teachers came and assisted her and took her to the principal's office. The principal called the attention of students and said, "Look, this lady said she didn't even touch the Quran. Like, this is what happened." The students said, "A lie. This lady must be what? Executed." Are you listening to me? In that principal office, while the principal was trying to call the police, they were still shouting and trying to break down the door of the principal. Eventually, the principal had to open the door. They came in, beat the principal, beat her, tore her clothes, beat her. She was running because other people were trying to help her. She was running. There was no police coming. In fact, when the police came, the police sat by the side. Okay? Now, they call us. I can still remember the story because you know what? I shot the story myself. They call a particular guy called Angel of Death. Angel of Death. He was one who is always called when there's something like this happens. The Angel of Death came in a bike. And now, at this time when he came there, he just brought out his instrument and finished up the lady and they burnt her. Bishop Chukuma, I can't forget the name. I say I'm calling names of people. Bishop Chukuma, who was then the Anglican bishop of Bauchi, took the case up and insisted, because in the first place they say, "Oh no, she's blasphemed." Okay, and the case was pushed to the point that the police won't take up this case. Police won't take up this case. The only thing the bishop was able to successfully do was to make sure that the state government paid for the transportation of this woman to her community and bought the coffin for the burial of that woman who was pregnant. Okay, and the husband was living somewhere in the west.
KJ, I understand the story. Now let me tell you. Hold on.
That's just one. You want me to go? I have three more stories.
Hold on. Listen, just KJ.
Sometimes when people come and begin to say this,
just listen now.
Are we crazy? Are we just talking?
Can you just listen? Just listen. Now look at the story you painted. Yeah, she was falsely accused. Yeah. Now they mobbed her again. The law or the Sharia. Hold on. Just wait. Let me finish. The penal code did not say no. It is right for them to mob her. Now you call the police, who are supposed to be law enforcer. Yeah, those are also biased. They are only enforcing. Doesn't mean that is what the law says that they should do. The police only came with bias and they didn't do anything. Hold on, they didn't do anything. They came with bias. But is that the position of the law?
No. Let's move on.
So can I ask you a question? No. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you see, the reason why I don't like arguing this a particular case is because it will generate into unnecessary or some kind of necessary argument. But what I'm asking you, the principle of having two laws in a society, is it right or wrong?
Okay. My premise, yeah. Let me answer it like this, and give me, please, just grab me this audience to answer it like this, yeah. When I started, I said the implementation, when it seems to be one is like practicing in a biased format to harm the other.
Sorry, I'm not talking about implementation. I'm talking about the principle. The principle.
Not quite long. You quoted America just now that each state have their own law. You said
the law does not negate the federal law now. What are you saying?
Just listen. Hold on. Listen. Whether federal or no federal, yeah. You just quoted that each state have their own law, and they are still there. They didn't kill each other. The law did not contradict each other. They have different laws in different states and still working. Let me tell you the problem. America would have been the problem if New Yorkers, have been, picked on in the West, say from West Coast, East Coast, whatever. Let's just use that premise. Like, okay, maybe if you have somebody, if it's coming from New York and it's in the West, it's in California, because it's from New York, you will use New York law to try him, but you will not use California law to try him because it's from New York. You understand? That's where the contradiction comes. I'm telling you, see, the implementation is the problem.
No. Let me ask you another question. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a second question. Let me ask you a second question. Sorry, let me ask you a second question. The first question you answered, yes, it is right to have law. It's right to have. You said I ask you a question, please. A question. Just a question. You said it is right to have state laws and the federal laws, which is what I tried to say, what I pointed out in the United States, because the state law that is in California is different from the state law in or constitution. I mean constitution. It's the state constitution. So if the constitution of the state is in any way, shape or form contrary or contravenes the federal constitution, which takes precedence.
Sorry, you're breaking. Sorry, you're breaking.
Okay. Let me say, now if the state law, constitution, and if it contravenes or in any shape or form contravenes the federal laws, federal constitution, which takes precedence.
We've had that case in America, federal police, state police. Sometimes they go to court and they allow the court to have the financial to interpret which one is better, and they go with that one.
No, never happened. That
which one takes precedence?
No, never happened. My brother.
Let's move on.
You won't answer the question.
Let's clear.
How many times have you seen Trump or whatever Biden say that in law, and the governor of the state will refuse and say no? In this place, the law doesn't permit that. How many times have you seen it in the US?
Let's move on. We are now beginning to guess.
I'm asking you, which one takes precedence? Which one takes precedence? Which one?
No, it's not straight like that. There is in court where the state is saying that I am supposed to do this. The federal government.
Okay, let me ask you the third question. Let me ask you the third question. It says in the federal constitution, any laws made by the states that is in any way or shape or form or traverse to that of the state, of the federal takes precedence. That's what is written in the constitution. Right?
Okay, let's move on. Chris, it's not working.
KJ, there's no point moving on. Let's clear.
You move on matter. Let's trash it and just put the once and for all now.
Let Chris finish his.
I think I'm still
now turn by turn. Now when he use it, he go use it talk. Me say I get 4 questions. Should I ask?
Yes. You probably have been there. And
turn by turn now. Let's
2 Niger with 1 brain cell is also there. So let us also let it go round. Okay? They also have their own idea and they want to canvass it also.
But it's not fair. Chris was asking a question and we won't answer question.
Let him wait. Now when he reach in time, he use his time to ask question.
I understand the question,
let him go.
And how it works in America, it depends on what the crime is. If the federal FBI gets involved, it hands over, the state hands off. When they get there and say Federal Bureau of Investigation, everybody steps back. But let's us not go there now because that's a different kettle of fish. Let's just roll this in and move on. Mr. 2 Nigers, 1 brain cell. What did you say? You have been following us and firing from all cylinders. Now you have the chance.
That scenario is for security. KJ, that scenario is security.
What?
Once it's of national security, that's when FBI take over.
No, not really. If it contravenes federal law, if it violates federal laws, the feds have the authority to take over if they wish to do so, or if invited by the state. So it's not just national security. It could be, you see, like Diddy, it was only prostitution, but because it violated interstate commerce. You could even be in your house and you call someone in California and it violated whatever crime you guys are accused of, violated interstate commerce. They'll say it violated interstate communications. You never left your state, but the feds will pick it up because it the means of communications cross state lines. So it really doesn't matter. But yeah, so I'm listening to everybody, and I think from all angles, everybody has a semblance of rightness to what they're saying, right? So what we have to look at, in essence, is if the North, the 12 states in the North, are violating or, again, contravening the federal constitution, which is the #1 rule of the land. And if they are indeed violating the 99 Constitution, then they have no legs to stand on. Now, the states or the federal government, if they feel that the rights of the citizens is being abused, then of course it's only right that they go to the apex court, the Supreme Court, to plead their case. If I'm not mistaken, I think there was a time certain states protested against Sharia rule applying, settling criminal cases with Sharia rule. I don't know the outcome of it, if they ever went to the Supreme Court. But as far as we know now, those states, in my opinion, are violating the Constitution because the 99 Constitution does allow for civil cases in Sharia law, using Sharia law. It also applies for customary laws to apply in the courts in Nigeria. I don't know that it allows for Sharia court to implement criminal sentences or adjudicate criminal cases. That I have not seen. So to that extent, I think there should be some kind of pushback from the other states that want a secular, so-called secular law to be carried out in Nigeria. But what I see also, after saying that, is there's a lot of falsities being propagated. There's a lot of fear, undue fear, and lies and mischaracterization, for example, of what Sharia entails. Now, again, I understand the delicate nature of the Nigerian political sphere. I get it. But for people on here saying, well, if the North, those 12 states are allowed to carry out Sharia law, we also want our own Christian law. What will be a Christian law? Maybe the Christians on here can help me, because I think your Christian law would also bar prostitution for those that like to patronize them. I'm not criticizing anybody. Your states, your laws would also bar alcohol use. It will also bar usury. It will bar all these things that Sharia actually entails. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it went blank. It went blank for a quick second. Sorry. So I think, and like Chris says something, and I replied to it in the comments. He said, well, you know, in an ideal world, I'm just paraphrasing, nobody would go, no reasonable person would go to investors, he was talking about, a country where Sharia is being implemented. That doesn't make sense. Some of the most successful regions on the planet today are being run by Sharia-guided
You're
countries.
quoting me wrongly, please. I didn't say where Sharia are being implemented. I said the legal system is speak and choose.
No,
you understand? If the
no,
legal
I'm
system
going.
is pick and choose,
Okay,
because
hear
you
me
have
out.
two, because
Hear
you
me out.
are
Hear me out,
able,
please.
because you have two systems,
No, that
two
was
legal
no. I'm
systems.
not quoting that. I actually wrote it down the moment you said it. You were talking about investors,
Yes,
and you
and I'm
said,
saying, that no investor.
Chris, is it okay? You just said what I didn't say, and I'm telling you what you said.
No, you can quote me wrongly, and
All
I
right.
expect me to
But
accept it.
but Chris, you spoke about investors, yes or no?
Yes,
And
of
you
course I
said,
did. I
all right.
said
So,
yes, I did.
but you're talking about something completely different. All right. So you, Chris, please let me speak. You said about investors. You said no reasonable investor will go to a place where Sharia is being implemented.
That's not correct. That's not what I said.
Tell
I
us what
didn't
you
say
said
such
about
a
the
thing.
investors.
What I said is that I said, listen, and let me say it again. I'm saying that in business environment, one of the most important aspects of business environment is the legal system. Now, when you are talking about the legal system, countries that are developed are known for their strong, effective legal system. Countries that are underdeveloped are known for their weak ineffective legal system. Now, to have, in principle, to have two systems as initiated by Dr. Amadi, that Nigeria in the constitution has two legal systems operating in its own constitution. Now, it makes it very it makes Nigeria to be classified as a country with weak, ineffective legal system, and that is why most people, even the government officials, don't obey the constitution. They don't obey the laws. They don't obey anything, and therefore it becomes irrational. No rational person will go in such a country to invest. That's my argument.
Okay, to that
Okay,
extent.
sorry, Boom Boom
to
Ray,
that,
just to point out the fact that Dubai, for instance, they practice dual law. So,
right.
So
But
let's not be, if you take, let's say, Nigeria as a whole, or you live even before Sharia law, Nigeria's legal system is weak.
All right. So,
Not because
but
of Sharia law.
I don't know about Dubai, but I don't know how you mean by the practicing dual legal
Go
system.
and check it now, Chris. Check. Life is open.
All right. So to that extent, Chris, I can agree with you. I can say yes. To that extent, I can say yes. You're right. But to the rest of it, and for example, like KJ Stoke, I think it's not fair for us to be stoking unnecessary fears. Local P asked you very simply, give an example of state-sanctioned killings. You brought up an example of mob justice. In fact, you brought up two examples of mob justice. Mob justice, as bad as it is not something that is unusual, sad to say, in Nigeria. This is how people usually settle disputes. This is how people settle criminal cases where the person is supposed to be taken to court. They just mob them. Are we now to say, knowing that there's no Sharia in the South, are we now to blame the Christian? Because to be honest, Nigeria's constitution is basically Christian based. So are we now to blame the Christian religion, for example, for mob justice in the south of Nigeria? We can't do that. And it
okay,
not be.
I think you made your point. Let's move on. I need to round up this this and move on. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'll play 1 or 2 more videos. We'll talk about it, and that will be it. The other issues he raised about, he talked about, was again, of course, the issue of the activities of the in the southeast and the people that are involved. For which I also added that there are people who are also in that contraption who are not covered or mentioned. Then we also talked about well, we touched a bit on the religion. I have a lot on it, but I'm not going to do that because we're supposed to have a broadcast. What's today? Wow. Later today, we're going to be on because of the show race match this night. I think it's going to be around 1 p.m. my time. We'll talk about what's going to go on. But before then, I'll give you people a teaser and then we'll move on to the other one. This is between Mr. Ronald Omokri and Charles Nogoro in Arise News Station. I'm sorry. Oh, hold on.
This is the most extraordinary thing I ever heard. Because
can't have it that way, then it's not going to happen.
You're going to walk out.
I'm not going to walk out, but it's not going to happen. The interview is not going to happen.
This is the most extraordinary thing I ever heard.
Because I'm an extraordinary person.
No, you're not an extraordinary person. You're a difficult person.
I'm not. You're difficult.
I mean, this is the last. It's all right. Go and sit down. Go ahead and sit down. But we're not going to do this again. Ever.
Okay. Okay, gentlemen, we just have 2 minutes on that take, and then we'll move on to our last issue. That was Charles Nogolo telling Mr. Ronald Omokri that he's an extraordinary person, and he's also a very difficult person. And what was the argument you didn't hear earlier was that when you come to an interview, you who is bringing the guest, your guest takes the what we call the director's chair. He sits on the place to have more of the questions, and then you that will have less of the questions. Since their studio can only take 2 people at a time, you will now sit at an adjacent studio, which may not be in the same place. But this guy comes in and he insists that he's going to be the one to sit on the guest chair, as we call the talent chair. And you're not even going to take majority of the question, but you want to sit there and direct. And if that won't happen, then he'll call off the interview. And that exchange you saw went on for almost 30 minutes, almost before. In fact, if you listen behind, you see that there's what we call the sick tune. That's the music before the program start was already playing. Okay, so in other words, they already queued it, and it's going to go on air within the next 1 minute, and they rush them in. Why am I bringing that to you guys? So when the video of the white guy, the American guy, and Ronald Omokri made the rounds in the social media, some people found it difficult to accept what the man was saying, and people criticized him and said all kinds of things. Some even said he is in cahoot with Ronald Omokri, and that's because it didn't work out well, and so the man is now spilling the beans. Anyway, what do you say, Mr. 2 Nigerians, 1 brain cell? What will be your take on that video?
Nothing really, to be honest. I think it's inconsequential.
Okay.
I don't think there's any importance to be attributed to it. So.
All right, that's just we'll call it a teaser. All right, go ahead, Mr. Support Niger diaspora voting. Support diaspora voting.
Okay, if I may understand that video, yeah. You said the guest is supposed to sit where?
The guest normally will sit on the most prominent chair. Since the studio can, when you set up for an interview, sometimes the studio can only take 2 people at a time, max. And those 2 people at a time will be the most important guest. In Charles Anagulo's issue time, most times the studio is set up for 1 person.
Yeah.
Just them. So in this case, Ronald Mokri is saying, if I don't sit in that only chair, then the interview is cancelled.
Okay.
So
sorry, hold on. Was Charles about to interview 2 persons or just 1 person?
The invitation that they signed to Rona was for the only Reno Omokri. Sorry if I don't pronounce it well. Was for the visitor who he had introduced as a mayor of
the white guy, yeah,
which is not even true anyway. But that was the exchange that went behind the scene before that. So maybe
it's only for 1 person. What is this guy's problem? What was this guy? Was if the studio? So I'm trying to understand what you're saying. No, if the studio is only meant for the white guy, then what is
he wants to use it as a PR stunt because he has lied to the system that he brought them, and so this is a PR for him to get some leverage somewhere. I don't know, but he insisted, and so it has to be done his way. And as you can hear Charles saying, it's going to be probably the last time that he will allow him to come out.
He almost said that statement, but he didn't complete it. Yeah. So said it. Anyways, well, like Bubumi said, why should we be giving Reno what he doesn't deserve? Like, because for me, you know him already. So discussing about him is like we are playing to what he wants us to play into. Like discussing about him as if he's something to talk about. You understand? Thank God, because this is not the first time he's appearing in Charles' studio. I don't think it's the first time. You understand? So for him to have acted like this and Charles to like, man, you're ridiculous person, you're a difficult person. So I mean, what's Reno is Reno. Reno is just being Reno. So it's an idiot.
Okay, thank you. And someone is telling me that he paid $3,000. I know you pay to be on these things. As far back as when it used to be Benga Aroba in AIT, it was 5 million. So I know that but anyway, let's move on. Chris, you saw that mild drama. Do you make anything out of it? Because again, people used to take Rena Omokri very seriously. I remember when he played his game. I'm coming, sir. His game with Senator Natasha, how he accused Senator Natasha of harassing him and all this. Only for us now find out that this man all this while had just been, photo ops doing with people. So, and then this one now brought everything to the fore. What do you make of it?
Oh, excuse me.
Well, the way they say it is a fool who thinks too much of himself, that in boasts of his ego, he recites at random. That's my description of him.
All right, go ahead, Masker. Then we'll go on to the last.
No, for me, I don't even understand what's going on, and I have no habit of jumping into things. Like I keep saying, if I don't know something, the best thing is to say, me, I don't even know what's going on, honestly. So I don't see why you should carry my mouth inside it.
KJ,
all right.
You bring topic, everybody run for the topic.
Okay, not a problem. I mean, I like that. If you don't know what's going on, you don't have to make any comment just because you have to comment. And that's so yeah, and that's it. The truth is that is what it is. If you don't want to comment, that's it. Here is the the last video I want us to play before we all do a rant and leave is coming from Imo State and the other factors that play in the political arena in Imo State that we don't see and hear about because they are playing on behalf of the interested parties. Watch it and see, sir. Okay, well, that is one of the groups that operate in Imo State, and they go by various names. Now, that's what they do before they go into operation. I don't know, Chris, were they speaking Igbo? Because I don't think I understand what they are saying.
No, they are not.
Okay.
Right, it sounded like Yoruba.
Okay, I don't know whatever. I don't want to give the tribe any name, but why am I playing this? You know, Sam Amadi talked about the fact that the East has been a bit quiet, and Dr. Catch Ononuju said the other day, which I quote, that because these federal ports have dried off, they no longer have money to run those outfits they are renting to cause mayhem in the East. Most time will say that people don't believe, but this one was, they captured themselves while they were trying to enjoy themselves, maybe before going for an operation on the name of Ebibago and all kinds of titles they give themselves, or non-government, whatever. But this is one of the outings that they had this weekend, and it was captured. I don't know. Now, that's my last video for today. Like I said, we'll be on by 1 p.m., 1 a.m. today to see what Bro Sowore would do. And then from there, we see how it's going to go. If it goes well, as we think, we hold the broadcast longer. If it doesn't go well, then we will say we'll come back later in the afternoon to do a roundup of that. But I will allow Maska to comment on that and then also make his final rant, and then we will move on until we call it a day. By the way, Maska, thank you for coming in. It's always, like I always say, it's always a pleasure to be here. When we come here, we are not necessarily coming here to show that we can argue better. We are coming to learn. And anybody who wants to go forward in this life must be ready to learn new things at all times. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
I think the feeling is mutual, KJ. Okay, I may not agree with you, but I always like people that speak from their heart. I like people who you know where you stand with them on issues. Okay, so in fact, just to wind back a bit, when I joined this panel newly, if you remember very well, KJ, my internet keeps tripping off. And the story then was that you are using juju to...
It was a jazz man, yeah, it was a jazz man that time.
I was cutting my internet.
It was a jazz man.
But you see, the beauty about having an open mind is that, yes, in as much as it sounds like a good theory, because here is a guy who most times we disagree, but we kind of have a mutual fondness for each other. So why is my internet tripping? I was likely to buy into that theory that you are using jazz, but I also have a small mind to check the hardware and the link I was using, and by God, I found the problem. I sorted it out. So now your jazz is not working, KJ. Yes, I've dealt with your just man, so you should go and collect your money back. It didn't work, it didn't succeed. But anyway, I've told you severally, KJ. And okay, so let me start from the beginning. I'm not going to comment on that video also. I also don't understand anything. I don't understand the language. Like, as far as I'm concerned, these are small kids doing what small kids will do. So I don't know what I would, if I want to say, I don't know what I would say on that. So I'm not going to comment on that video. It's not a rant, but it's an appeal, KJ. I've told you that, okay, so this is what I have. As far as I'm concerned, KJ, I think you're doing a disservice to yourself, because you are supposed to be, you are detribalized. I know you are not a tribal person because you've been around. If there's anybody who is supposed to educate people, I think it's you, KJ. Okay, but I also know that most times it's possible for us to get emotional about things. I, for one, for instance, I could have grudges because at some point in my life, I know that people have picked on me because of my ethnicity. But it didn't bug me. I've been in circumstances where I'm the only person. In my workplace, I was practically the only Hausa man in the whole of that institution at some point. And I can tell you that there's nothing I did not see. I drive a project from beginning to end. When they are going to send somebody for additional training on that project, they will send their tribal person. But look, it didn't bug me, So I'm appealing to you that whatever it is that probably is getting you upset with other people apart from the Igbo people, I think we must learn to step back and look at things in finer details. Let me give you 2 examples, okay? I know that today the Igbo and the Yorubas, they are not on good terms. That I don't need anybody to tell me. It's there, it's obvious. But the truth is that it's not the Igbo man in the market or the Yoruba woman inside the market. Everybody in this country is facing his business. Of course, the Yoruba elite, and when I say elite, I do not even mean the elite in the real sense. It's the people who today are at the helm of affairs. Let's use that word. Okay? They know that it's not going to be about integrity, it's not going to be about credibility, it's not going to be about performance that they would hold on to their positions. They have to find something else. Okay? So they are the ones talking all these things, because I don't see the real issues. Where are they? Why would a Yoruba man not like an Igbo man? Because if you take, for instance, the North has been having, we've been in position for God knows since when. And I can tell you that if there's any poverty in this country, it starts from the North. So having your people at the top does not change anything. Even the killings you keep talking about, I've told you severally. If you look at it in greater detail, which is what I'm asking you to do, yes, on the face of it, you can speak Hausa. There's a Hausa proverb, I don't know whether you know it or you don't know it. They say, Bili yai kamada mutum. You understand that proverb, KJ? You understand very well.
Yes.
That the monkey, of course, naturally resembles a human being, but that he resembles a human being doesn't make the monkey a human being.
Of course.
It does not. So all these things looks like, and the truth is that if you take Boko Haram, for instance, I believe that if I'm a terrorist, if I try to fight the government and I'm not winning, I will have to go and revisit my tactics. And maybe I'll say, okay, maybe the best I can do is to make Christians and Muslims fight. How do I make Christians and Muslims fight in the country? Is to go and start picking up on Christians so that the Christians will feel as if it is the whole Muslims that are targeting them. But I've pointed to you, and you say you are a journalist. Go and check how many times Boko Haram has attacked Kanu as a city. A very coordinated attack. Go and check it. I'll probably one day come here and show it. Okay, this is the kind of education I want you to be doing. These things are across the board. In this country, we always run to hold the wrapper of our tribe. And honestly, it will not do any tribe any good. The truth is that in the Senate, there is a propensity, there's a big number of Igbo senators. There is a big number of Igbo governors. There's a big number of Igbo House of Reps people. The same thing with the northern side. But nothing is happening in this country. Nothing is happening. And if you ask me, it's simply because the institutions are all weak. You can't go to police and get any, you won't get any protection. You can't go to justice people and get any justice. You can't go to NEPA and get light. Okay? You can't go to everywhere you go. The institutions are not performing. That's where our problem is, sincerely speaking. The Hausa man has no interest whatsoever of trying to kill an Igbo man or a Christian. Or if you go to, for instance, Kadarko, is that a thief name?
Well, if you may say it's not a thief name, but the people who live there are thief people.
No, is it a thief name?
That's what I'm saying. Now you may say it's not a thief name, but
what I'm telling you, KJ, even in Benue State, as I speak to you, we have a house in Otupo. My family, we have a house in Otupo. We used to sell watches. My family, we used to sell watch in Otupo Central Market. This country is intermixed, is intertwined.
Okay.
So I'm saying that you of all people, I will expect you to do a better education of other people who have not moved across the country. But unfortunately, every time you speak, half of the time, you come from a position of some sort of, I don't know, honestly. I think we should have a deeper discussion, me and you, sincerely.
Okay, whenever you are ready, I'll be on for that discussion, Masker. And you see, what you just said is exactly what Dr. Amadi said today. And the reason why majority of Igbos run away from defending the Igbo cause. But I want to say something, Masker. Because I defend the Igbo cause doesn't mean I have any hatred for any particular tribe. I have mixtures of, in fact, the person who helped me be anybody in this world is a friend of mine. He still remains my best friend today. He's from Nasarawa State. He's Madabai tribe. So I don't even want to go into that. But it doesn't stop me as an Igbo man from holding the cause of the Igbos. I will not change that. Because you know why? There was a time that I was made to feel as if it was an evil to be Igbo. And because of that, majority of Igbo politicians, just like Sam Amadi said today, shy away from even defending their cause, even when they know that what they are supposed to say, it is right. Because they'll be termed as being tribalistic and, and then sectionalism and all that. They are given all kinds of names. They are even called IPOB. Remember, even as a journalist in Nigeria, I was called an IPOB reporter. I was called an IPOB documentary maker. Okay, so you see, and not because what is this name? The village where Senate President comes from, is it an Igbo village? Agatu land is not an Igbo village, but we are one of the first people who did the story from that side. Okay, so what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that if anybody is expecting, and you see, when I came into this program with Rudolph, the first times I was talking about the Igbo issues, everybody loved me. They all loved me. They all celebrated me. And I said it the day I was going to talk about Igbo. I said, soon now, you will not love me anymore. Why? Because I'm going to talk about the Igbo issue. And I cannot see innocent men. I know some communities that all the young men there who live in those communities have been wiped off. Okay? I cannot see those things, and I have those evidences, and I want to talk about it because I'm from the Southeast, so someone doesn't think I'm being tribalistic or being sectional. Okay? I did a story from the south in Ogoni land, where the whole land has been wiped off. Okay, there's no single grass, there's no single clean water. All the water there is oil soaked. The land is polluted. The grass are all dead. There's nothing anybody can do with that piece of those part of the land. I'm not from south. I risk my life to go there, because when you pass through some of those places, you only meet typical, I don't want to use any wrong name, but these are drug warlords who will tell you that you have to do what they want, or they will put you inside the ocean there and you drown. I don't know how to swim. I don't have any river around my place. But we went there to do that stories. I support diaspora voting. We know a place called Obuangwe in Big Warri. It is almost 30 minutes into the Atlantic Ocean. I've gone there to do the story of, in the villages there where there's nobody been able to do anything. Am I from that area? I'm not from there. So if I have put my life in the harm's way just to tell people's story, why don't you want me to tell the Igbo story? Why?
No, what I'm saying, KJ, is sorry. What I'm saying is not to tell the Igbo story, but it should be balanced. I know when we're talking about this Boko Haram, I saw in the comments somebody mentioning Jangebe. But do you know that about 300 girls were kidnapped by these bandits in Zamfara from the government girls secondary school, Jangebe? 300. I don't think they've been released till today. If one is going to go to and tell the story, you are going to go to Dogona Hawa and tell the story. It's important that you also, as a journalist, ask yourself, is this thing happening in Zamfara? What is the story I can tell about Zamfara? This is all I'm saying.
Now you are making a mistake, Masker. I didn't want to respond because you go back and forth. I've told that story. I've told stories for Dogona Hawa. I've told stories from Barikin Ladi. I've told stories from, in fact, I have pictures. If you want me to, I will put the pictures here. Even as I'm here now, my friends who are on ground are sending me the story of the every activity going on in Plateau State, because they know that I will get it across. So I don't know why you said that. I don't know. I'm not looking at any section of Nigeria as different because I'm speaking.
Anyway, I've done my rant, KJ, and I respect the fact that you are responding. The truth is that for you, I'll be coming back to this channel so that one day, hopefully, I will convince you that, look, you need to repent.
Okay. So I'm coming to say you also repent. All right. Thank you so much, Masker. Can I hear from Chris? I see Mr. Forefather coming in. And I don't know why you are trying to play video for me, or I don't know what that is, but I'll ignore it.
No. So I wanted to share the information because Masker has said it before about greetings everyone about Boko Haram attacking Kanu, and I wanted to share it because I actually have some report from this thing. It was quite interesting, actually, quite vivid, from BBC. 2014.
No, but I don't want you to share it because I'm not going there today. Yeah, I'm running the program. You can't jump into a program and tell me you want to share something.
No, I'm just saying that it's just to provide evidence for what he's saying. Yeah, because he's saying
I'm not doing. I don't have it.
Today you become president.
No, that is not how you do. I get enough evidence of religious issues here. You want me to play, I can play it. I deliberately refuse to play them. Okay? And it's not that how it's done. I'm the one running the program. You can't come into a program and say you want to share. And then somebody tell me not go verse. Which one will not go verse again?
Please let me tell my words and then I go.
Yes. You speak, Mr. Chris.
Okay, thank you, everyone. You know, in the Middle Ages, when the Europeans started their enlightenment, in the time of enlightenment, the people from America used to cross all the way to Europe to listen, to learn. about the, you know, about life and everything, and this, you know, when it comes to logic, you know, one good thing about logic is always good reason, always give way to a better one. You know, one of the things they said Babangida wrote in his book is that Nigerians are badly educated. And the bad education, they asked him who did, he said by journalists, by influencers, by leaders. I was thinking out loud and say, okay, is it because these people are illiterate or ignorant is the reason why they pass this bad education to the people, or is it they know and willfully decided to deceive the people? And as I think about it, it seems to me that maybe innocently they are ignorant and therefore they pass what they have to those people. We speak English. English is not our native tongue. So the meaning of the English, the full meaning of English, you know, may be lost on, you know, may not be completely appreciated by us, you know. So when they say you, I wanted to hear you say you are detribalized or you are de-ethnicized. And I keep on asking, what is the meaning of ethnicity? Ethnicity is a unit of human classification. In fact, you don't get to choose. You see, that's why sometimes when I look Sowore, you know, he says he's a Yoruba, and then I say, oh, probably this man is ignorant as well. Shehu Akinbaloye, you know, let me tell you a story about Shehu Akinbaloye. He was interviewing the brother to Baba that I met. He was interviewing, what's his name? The big brother. He was interviewing him. And then the guy was trying to situate where Shehu Shehu come from. So he said to him, you are from Oyo State, or you are from Etiti State. Then Shehu Akinbaloye said, no, I'm from Kwara, I'm a Northerner. Then I asked myself, what does this really mean? You see, Baba Ahmed was looking at Shehu based on his ethnicity, while Shehu Akinbaloye is based on an imaginary creation. So you see, when I say this Sowore is ignorant, he will always say he's a Yoruba, and I say, you know, Sowore cannot be a Yoruba person because he's ethnic by ethnicity a Ijo. So you can't say he's even to make it worse, he will say I'm a Ijo Yoruba. Because when you do classification, you can't belong to two classes. You can only belong to one. So each class has its own characteristics. And that is why they are situated in that place. And it's based on that characteristics, they do whatever they do. You know, they do whatever they do. Their characteristics drives them. Now, sometimes we do, you know, in out of our ignorance, we ask questions. Something like, is hunger not, is it hunger? Not, is hunger have ethnicity? Does it know ethnicity? Does it know religion? That is not the right answer. If you are good at, designing experiments, you will realize that that is not that question is not a good question, because if you ask wrong question, you will arrive at wrong answers. So when you say, for instance, is religion, does hunger no ethnicity? The answer is no. But if you ask, if Yoruba, Hausa, TV people are hungry, how would they behave? You will not have the correct answer. And it is based on this that you say, oh, these people are likely to behave this way. These people are likely to behave this way. And that is how you do classification. So what am I saying today? It's good that we come here, but also it is also good for us to understand why we are here. We are trying to solve problem of Nigeria, which is not working. It's not working for anybody. So it's either we say, okay, or maybe it's working for some people. Or let me put it that way. It is working for some people. Those who created it, it's working for them. Or those who have been handed over that creation, then it's working for them. But for every other person, it hasn't been working for them. Now, somebody say there is a Boko Haram attack on Kanu. Okay? Yes, of course. The question is, who is killing who in Kanu? Who is killing who in Kanu? You know, that you have TV that are Muslim and they are killed doesn't mean that they are killed because they are Muslim. They may be killed because of their ethnicity. And there's an agenda for that, the reason why they are killed. So you have to go beyond who is killing who. Take, for instance, Amadi system in North. I haven't, it's largely, recently, the Northerners, the Hausas, keep on asking, why is it the only Hausas are Majiri and not the Fulanis? These are questions I want you people to ponder.
Okay, I think you have to round up also. And no, Masker, don't come in, please.
I'm not going to look. I mean, see, if I join issues with Chris, we would spend 3 days. So I'm not going to join.
Okay. No, I'm good. I'm good for debate. I'm good for debate. But one good thing about debate is good reason always give way to a better one. That is the reason why we have a logic.
Let us have this debate later in the day when we go for the show that strike, because we're going to have to wait and see what's going to go on. But let's move now, because I want to give Forefather a chance to play that video, and I want to respond to him with also multiples of videos from the North. Please go ahead. Not Forefather now. You go ahead.
Exactly.
That's right.
I call for your operation Forefather. Okay. First thing first. That video is from Imo State, and that is not the only video circulating around here. This one is even better because they are being found in a confined place in a building. It might be private, might be hidden, whatsoever. There's also another round of another video where they were outside on the main road, public main road, blocking traffic, doing the same thing. Shooting guns and whatever, the same people. And these people happen to be cultists and at the same time be members of the Nigerian police. These people are saying that they are police force, may not be all of them, but the ones on the road, I saw on the road, probably the ones that was even doing the drinking, that had the drink on his hand, that one is a policeman. Yeah, I don't know about the rest. Then the videos are on the road. So I think probably some other people dressing like him too. They are policemen. You understand? From I think Imo, I don't forget it, they don't know, I think from Imo State Command. Let's put it that way. Imo State Command. I don't know if it's head of the headquarter or state or division, but from they are policemen from Imo State, and they're also members of a court group. And whatever you're hearing them saying is their whatever chants and kiniko, boss you heard kikolobaki, kikalabaki, whatever. That's what they were saying, chanting. You understand? And my worry is just now imagine that idiot just now after finishing that drink, now goes on the road to do with a normal thing
with a gun.
Tell me if that person will not be so happy to pull the trigger on anybody. Just tell me. And that people, I'm telling you, I confirm they are people because the Imo police commander have released a statement that they are investigating them, that this their behavior is not acceptable, this and that they will be disciplined or whatever. And the statement came after that video that was busy going around, the one they did outside. And they, for nothing, they just blocked the road and they were chanting the same chanting, whatever, shooting guns. One of them was just shooting at random, just like that, for nothing. You understand? So the country is doomed. Sorry, the country is doomed. The country is doomed.
All right. Thank you so much for explaining. Can you also take your 1 or 2 minutes talk about your chant, or you want us to see?
Okay. Well, my chant. Well, what are we ranting? Look, this idea that we always, speak. My brother, I don't like it. I like action. Less talking, more acting. Because the only people that act that makes change. People that talk do not make change. As small as Madagascar, there is even an island. We just saw what happened recently. These people, they did not speak. They've not been speaking. They acted, and we saw what happened. Nigeria's own case, I'm not saying we should go violence or whatever, but we should be seen acting, especially those of us in diaspora. Because those in Nigeria, they might be compromised, hunger, whatever. But most of you in diaspora, at least there's an example what happened between Israel and Palestine. We can see what the Palestinians living in diaspora. We saw what they did, how they were able to garner sympathy, garner support, and unite, regardless of the country that they were living in, especially the Western country. And we saw the force that they had, even their enemies, or not even their enemies, people who were living in their enemies' territory, or relative of their enemies, so to speak, which I mean Israelis, Jews, are not even supporting that free Palestine. So I see no reason why Nigeria, I don't know why our Goyotic creators different from black people. We just talk. Nobody wants to die. Everybody wants to enjoy. Everybody wants to live. Everybody wants to tell the story of suffering, of other people suffering. You understand? We should stop that. That is a slavery mentality. Nobody will kill you. If death comes, it comes. After all, like one comedian said, if to say would they live for Nigeria, we for all their sins. So people able to live in Nigeria. So like what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is, please, wherever we are, Mr. Chris, speak the truth. Okay, the master is there. The forefathers, please, we should be seen putting something forward. It might not be money, it might just be time, dedication. Your 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours that they pay you in overseas. In your wherever you're working. If you cut 2 or 3 hours for it just to support a country, a move, I mean, your spirits will even be supported. Like, yes, you are fighting for a good cause. So by the time we talk, spend money, it will not work. Money or water, work on media, money or whatever.
Thank you so much.
So please, let's act. Please, we should stop talking.
Thank you so much.
Please, let's act.
My friend used to be local P, but this support diaspora, I don't think I know the guy. All right, let's move on. Two Nigerians, one brain cell. Two Nigeria, one brain cell. Okay, still very interesting name. Yes, sir. You have the next 2 minutes.
All right. So, local P, I just sent you something in the private chat. So it's just basically what you were just talking about. Apparently, they were cultists. You rightly said they were from the Nigerian police force. And yeah, so maybe we should be more worried about the fact that the Nigerian police is a criminal gang than worried about if somebody else's background has Almajiris or things of that nature. And not saying you shouldn't, whatever affects Nigerians should not be spoken about, but I think there should be more togetherness and less hypocrisy. I'm seeing what I've noticed about Nigeria is there's a lot of hypocrisy. And things will happen in certain places, for example, and the people it's affecting will not speak on it. For example, the IPOB, ESN, UGM thing, they're not going to speak on it. And if they do speak on it, they will whitewash it or they will excuse certain actions. But then they're quick to criticize things in other parts of the country. It's not saying you can't do that again, but I'm just saying maybe if you really want to say, if you really want to be upfront and if you really want to be truthful and if you really want to be seen as sincere, then when you see something bad happen, when you see injustice being committed, forget about the tribe, forget about the ethnicity, and just criticize it if you're going to criticize it, than saying, well, in my section of the country, it's really not right. It's freedom fighting. It's this person's fault. It's outsiders. It's Fulani herdsmen. Again, not saying it's not happening, but I'm saying also maybe take responsibility for things that are happening in your background if you're going to criticize what's happening in your brother's house. That is when you really show that you want the betterment of the country. This is when you really show that you want the betterment of what's happening in your brother's house. You're really concerned about the North, So having said that, I think again, KJ, I honestly do like you, and you say I tease you in the comment section a lot. Of course, you're a very good dresser. I always commend you on that. And I think you're a very, very good moderator. Very good one. And I think you're very fair. And just like Masker said, I do not think for 1 second that you are a tribalist or a bigot. I don't think so. But I'll also admit, as your younger brother, I'll say you do toe the line sometimes. I don't think that's fair. I know it's an attitude that Nigerians of a certain age have, but I think with as enlightened as you are, as educated as you are, and this kind of person you are, I think we need to temper stoking and inflaming situations in that country. You said certain things today that even were not true. You and Local P again had the discussion. You knew, like you were just creating false equivalences, but that's fine. It is the situation we find ourselves. But if we are truly wanting the development of Nigeria, we need to try and come together because there are people right now that want to destroy that country. There are people right now that want to pit the country against each other. They don't care you Igbo or where I'm from or where anybody's from or where Masker is from the North. They don't care. And if people are going to die, be it Muslim, Christian, animist, Tiv, Yoruba, as far as they get their hands on the resources of that country, this is what they're aiming for. Let's not give them the chance. Like Rudolph said yesterday, it might not be a lot of us on here, but we can still make a difference. Even if it's 1,000, even if it's 2,000, that becomes 5,000, that becomes 10,000. Let's just keep spreading that message. Let's keep spreading that message of oneness. You see what I'm saying? And eventually things might get better. It might not be in our time, but at least maybe the generation of our grandkids can one day go back to Nigeria and go to a better country that we might have to live in.
I'll say amen to that. Thank you so much for that. I want to say this again. I'm not trying to defend myself, but I think I'm far from being a tribalist. I've said that many times. My wife is Shekiri, not even Igbo. Meanwhile, you guys know that Igbo women are very beautiful. So if I left all those my sisters and I went to Shekiri land to go and marry a Shekiri person,
and you people now what for you Nigerians? Are you now suggesting that you leave all the Igbo women so that you can make Shekiri people happy?
You see, you are already meaning. I'm not even
what you are saying. That
no,
is
that's not what.
Your head.
Okay, Masker. That's not what I'm saying. I'm simply saying that a tribalist would have just stick to his own people. Okay, because that's the longest. That's the long term.
Comes to love. We know now. We know.
No, don't say that. But let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Lokopi was here, and I talked about the day Ishekiri, and he knows how far it is into the sea. And nobody will do that if not because you believe in the unity of Nigeria. I don't think I'll do that. There's no river. I don't even have any river around my place. Talk more of an Atlantic Ocean, or me to be on a flying boat. Say I want to go and do story, for somebody who I may never ever know. So it's a different thing. But I'm saying that to say, look, when we come here, just the way I come here and I discuss the plight of the T people, I discuss the plight of the Idoma people, I discuss the plight of the people in Dogona Hawa.
No, in Zamfara.
No, yes,
no.
Masker. I've gone to that. I've done. See, let me tell you something. The only northern state I didn't do any work in, and for many years, is only Borno State. Only Borno State. Every other state in the north I touched, and I must have done, if not weeks, I must have done at least 1 week there.
No,
so let's leave that.
I can attest you are a northern AKG. That we know.
So, see, I'm not even concerned about.
Don't be biting the finger that feeds you. Don't be biting the hand that feeds you.
See, Masker, I know people say I know people reach the Tortif Palace. I have friends whose parents were the Tortif. I don't know if you understand what I mean. I mean that I went to the heart of the land. So I cannot afford to be biased, but I must tell the Igbo story, even at the danger of being called tribalistic. But it's okay. Somebody must have to tell a story, and that is where I am. That is exactly what Dr. Sam said today. That you see, sometimes Igbo elites run away from that because once you touch those stories, they term you as a tribalist. But some of us are taking that badge of honor with respect, and we are going to wear it, as long as the stories are being told. Amanda had been accused of being a tribalist. I don't know how tribalistic she is.
No. I will send you a video where she said she wants to learn Hausa. In fact, I will get in touch with her. I will teach her Hausa. I will teach that.
But even on this platform, people have called her a tribalist. What are you saying?
No.
Because she said she's first Igbo before she became a Nigerian. That is what made them to be saying that. So, my brother, having said that, let me give forefather who came in just at the breeze of time to say he has a video. Forefather, what's your video?
Hold on, but let me say this here. Just 2 seconds here. Look, telling the Igbo story is not a bad thing. Don't get it twisted, yeah? Because for me, telling the Igbo story is telling a Nigerian story. You understand? Telling a Yoruba story is telling a Nigerian story. Telling whatever once, as far as you're in that region, you are telling a Nigerian story. Even the American story that you want to tell today, they are Native Americans, they are Mexicans, they are Europeans in America. So even if you tell the story of all of them, you are still telling the American story. You understand? Even those that will tell you the what's it called? That carry Confederate flag. If you tell their story, you are still telling the American story. If you are telling the KKK story, you are also telling the American story. You understand?
So let's move on now. What are you saying? Let's have you say so we can close.
Please tell your story. The only thing I would like, no story should be painted biased against another. That's where I have a problem.
All right, thank you. I take the advice. when I'm painting bias, just tell me, so this thing you just said now is bias. Let's remove it. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead, forefather.
Thank you. Ethnicity is a unit of human classification. That is interesting, isn't it? Chris has a talent for being able to teach. It's a shame that as far as he has come, I don't know how he concluded that is the only unit of human classification. You are a father, it's a human classification. Sisters, a human classification. Nation is a human classification. And religion is a human classification. You shouldn't just stop there. And we all operate within all these human classification seamlessly, except when it comes to nationality. We struggle with it. Isn't that a little bit of underdevelopment of the mind? And I've said it before, there is something that is seriously flawed about the way we reason, we treat ethnicity or treat our identity. Identity is fluid. It changes all the time from different scenario. When you appear at a workplace, you have a different identity. They don't see you as an Igbo man first. And I don't understand why anybody will call Chimamanda tribal because she says she's Igbo first. You can be both. Why not? And about, KJ, you often say this stuff that you marry into other groups and you went to the north. I think this is why I think we shouldn't necessarily judge people just because of their association with certain groups or anybody. Judge them by what they say. Because after all, the slave traders were busy marrying slaves and having children with slaves. Were they setting them free? Were they treating them right? I know of a lot of people that went out with Europeans here in UK, that the Europeans were still being racist towards them and their family member without even knowing it. Because they would think just because I'm married to her, I'm not racist. No, but you are still racist. It doesn't mean you still don't betray some of all those racist tendencies. And this is why, as a human being, you have to often question some of your actions. If people keep pointing you, saying that thing you are doing, just because you have close association and you refuse, you think that is a kind of bulletproof for you not doing certain things that betrays those accusations.
For that, you are misreading my answer. My answer,
I understand what you are saying. I understand what you are saying.
So don't misread me.
And try to understand where I'm coming from. That no matter how much you associate with people, like I think Matikus often say, "Oh, I married this." It doesn't mean you are not going to be tribalist. You can still be tribalist against the people you got a wife from. Your actions is what they should judge you with. Your statements is what they should judge you with. If it is tribal, it is tribal. It doesn't matter how many wives you married there or the children you married there. Men have been known in history.
Being tribalistic is not a bad thing either.
It's true. It's not tribal. Like when Chimamanda said that I'm Igbo first, it's not tribal. It's when it becomes toxic. Because when it is time for you to use your national identity brain to think, and you are still thinking with your tribal identity,
Because these people you call tribalists are not called nationalists. I swear.
Let me explain it. If you are still thinking with your tribal identity when you should be thinking with your nationalist identity, you are actually damaging your tribal identity. You understand that concept? Because our people don't seem to get that.
No, what I'm saying is that these people you call ethnic are also called national elsewhere, are called nations elsewhere.
We also have what they call nation states.
An ethnic nationality can be an ethnic group can be a national.
Yes.
You know. And when you are talking about classification, we are looking at, you see, if you understand, you have a compound, you have atom, you have molecule, you have all these things. Okay, so the question is, when you are trying to organize people, what is the minimum this thing that is required for that particular, when something is working, for it to work? You know, what level of organization do you require? So if for instance, we can say we are blacks and we have one giant black race, giant black country. Why not?
Chris, you asked a question. Me, I don't like joining, but let me answer these two questions you raised. The first question let me start with this one that you are saying, what is the minimum quantum you want to reduce, whatever it is that you want to reduce to? I think the most important thing is, what do you want to do? If you want to produce a steel, obviously you have to mix two elements together because you believe that these two elements will be stronger. And the issue you are raising, the first question you are raising about, somebody somewhere can be an ethnic leader and he's seen as a nationalist, my response to you would be that, yes, you are absolutely correct. There's nothing wrong with, say, KJ, for instance, going back to the East and being an Igbo leader. But if he sees his life starts and ends with just being an Igbo leader or within the Igbo ethnicity, I think that will be a major problem. KJ should be able to be an ethnic leader and be also able to lead his ethnic group into alliance, a powerful alliance with other ethnic groups so that they can form a nation.
If it is negotiated.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on.
Yeah, the idea is that is the whole point of being able to negotiate it. You organize yourself in that form. Yeah, go ahead.
At least not a video.
Yeah, that's a video. You can play it. Or you want me to play it? Or let me play it.
Yes.
This is where the first bomb was detonated. A car bomb just behind me here. And you can see all the twisted remains of the bicycles and motorbikes that had ferried people here. There's actually quite a bit of tension here still one day after the attack. Now, when this suicide bomb went off, just seconds later, another bomb was detonated behind the central mosque, the other side of the mosque. Now, we understand that a person tried to run into the mosque and blow himself up in there. He was actually stopped, but the person couldn't prevent him from detonating the bomb. So a bomb went off right in the middle of the mosque there. A third bomb was detonated. And you can imagine this whole area was completely packed with people at the time. So there was pandemonium as they were all running for safety. But at that moment, several gunmen then turned their weapons on the fleeing crowd and killed yet more people. Now, if you come over this side, it's interesting that this mosque is actually situated right next to the Emir's palace, the Emir of Kano's palace, a very revered figure in the north of Nigeria. Recently, he called on people to defend themselves against Boko Haram attacks, saying they shouldn't wait for the military to help them. And it's possible that that call and that criticism of Boko Haram may have prompted this attack. But having said that, there have been so many attacks by Boko Haram. Just in the 10 days prior to this one, almost 200 people were killed in other suicide bombings and gun attacks across northeast Nigeria.
Yeah, it's good to have evidence of some of all this stuff.
But this evidence proves nothing.
That 2014 video.
Calm down. Okay, so for me as a documentary person, when I show me those things, since you're able to do that story, it's possible that he went there when the whole thing was over, but he would have been able to liaise with local people there who also were there to give him pictures of what went on. But here is another picture. Let's just put it together.
When it comes to Fulani issues, the security of this nation, they turn their face away. But when it comes to us, with their 2 eyes, with their whole ammunition, tanks, they will invade our village.
Okay, that's just the first portion of that video. I don't want to play the second one because the second one he would jump where he's standing is a mass grave site, which eventually jumped into it, and then you see it. For purpose of censorship, I will not play it. I have another video.
I've seen the video.
Play. This one, Masker is here now. Masker will interpret for us what the guy is saying.
Abin da zai bada mamaki taron na waɗanda ya kamata su taimaki harkar tsaro ne, amma suka gayyace mu matasan malamai waɗanda suke da murya in sun yi magana ana saurare. Muna da yawa aka tara a wata jiha a cikin ƙasar nan. Abinda ake so mu yi shi mu fito mu gaya wa duniya cewa fulanin nan yan ta'adda na daji abinda yasa suka ɗau makamin zalunta su aki, don haka kar a ga laifinsu sosai. Zalunta su aka rike shi yasa har suka ɗau mataki. Na ɗaya kenan mu yi orientin al'umma akan wannan. Na biyu mu ta kira wa gwamnati kar a yake su, a kirawo su a yi sulhu da su, manyan masu kashe mutanen a ba su mukamai. Na uku, a lokacin da muka yi taron, gwamnanmu na Katsina ya samar da wannan ma'aikatan na 'yan sa kai, ya yi training ɗinsu, an ba su makamai da motoci don su taimakawa harkar tsaro. Aka ce mu yi ta wa'azi, muna jan hankali cewa abinda gwamnan Katsina ya kuskure ne, don kar ma wasu gwamnoni su yi koyi da shi. Aka ce mana a lokacin an ji labari gwamnan Zamfara na kokari zai yi, da haka mai ta kiraye shi ma na Katsina a ce abin da ya kuskure ne.
Okay, I still have more videos of people and issues, but I'll leave you all to make your assertion, and I will just have.
We would like translation, please.
You see, it's just a minute. You see, this is the problem. This is the problem. You live in a country where you don't even understand what your fellow countrymen is saying. It's okay if you are going to, if you are in Germany, you don't understand German.
No, you
can learn.
Chris,
here you are in a country.
No, you are in the UK, Chris. For instance, if an Irishman is speaking,
Chris, no. Chris, Canada. Not everybody understands French.
Come and speak Welsh in the UK. Let me see anybody that can speak Welsh in the UK.
Not everybody understands French in Canada.
All right, let's close. Let's close.
Okay, so what forefathers, what the guy is saying is that a couple of the imams have been gathered somewhere, and I'm suspecting probably it's in Katsina State, because from his discussions, he's in Katsina State. I mean, if you look at the guy, you can see he looks like a Buhari, roughly, so to speak. He is saying that they were gathered and they were trying to canvass that they should go and spread the propaganda that the Fulani bandits actually have a justification for what they are doing, that they have been maltreated. That's why they are doing what they are doing. You know? And
he said they have been justified. Is it like it's true, or they just want to tell this that that's an excuse?
Okay, no, so propaganda. Let me interpret, but after interpreting, I will give you my own take. These questions you're asking. So he said that this is what they were gathered to do. That on top of that, that the governor of Katsina State has started mobilizing self-help groups and giving them arms so that they can fight the bandits. But the people that gathered them were even saying that they should say that what the Katsina governor is doing is wrong, that they should advise that they shouldn't kill bandits, they should sit and negotiate with bandits. That's what the guy said. But guess what? This video that KJ played, this guy is coming out with anger. If you look at him, if you listen to him, he's upset that somebody would put them and ask them to do something so ridiculous, something so ludicrous. That's why he's coming out and telling people that this is what Can you imagine? This is what they asked us to go and do.
Yeah, so and you see the reason why I played the video is to let you know that our side as a journalist is to show both sides of the argument. I loaded this video not because of forefather. I've loaded it to be able to play, but I didn't want to do beyond 3 hours. And that's why I was running.
But what you are making it sound as if the video made any much of a difference to the point we are making. What
no, the video made
it. What you played, it is to be expected. What you are seeing there is like when you see some Southeasterners when they are debating whether this in IPOB is approaching it the right way. Should we go this way? Should we go that way? That is what you are seeing there. He's saying that he's not against, from what Maska is interpreting, that he doesn't like the ridiculous suggestion they are making that they should not fight Boko Haram or the bandits or something like that. So
what I'm saying, if you had allowed me to say, is that both people, both sides have a story to tell. There are those who are in support of what is going on. There are those who do not like it for one bit. This man happened to be one of those people who do not like it. And he has come out from that secret meeting to say, this is what the meeting is all about, and I don't like it, and it's bringing more problem for us. Because the truth is that after someday, somehow, these things will come to play, and everybody's role will be outlined. So it's also
this is well known now. This is not surprising though. Why is this surprising? This is has been factored in everything we are saying. Obviously, after all, you have seen the bandits. They are emerging. They are attacking people all the time. There are people that support them. Clearly, we know that. Isn't it? It's not obvious. They've killed so many people.
I don't pick guns on
and I'm asking, who is killing who?
KJ, would you
say anybody that gets in their way?
Look, Mr. Chris, your answer is simple. Yeah? You see the video that Papa has played, 2004, whatever, and the first video of that KJ played of that pastor, even the one that he went to the grave, they are saying the same thing. Both of them have been attacked by, let's assume, one person, one unknown government, whatever. The same. So the who were attacked are two different religions. The mosque or whatever, the Muslims and whatever, and the Christians. Attacked by who? Group of the same people or sponsors by the same people. This is how government works. They can cause chaos. They can sponsor two people to won't fight each other. Government can also do that. You understand? They can also sponsor one person to attack two friends or two enemies so that they will be fighting each other. It's also possible. That's how governments do their stuff, especially the Western government. They do that all the time. So when we say, look, both people have been attacked, we are not saying the Christians are not attacked. We are still saying, like, yeah, some Muslims are also attacked. The who is attacking them are religious extremists. You get my point? Religious extremists. That they don't want to take no for an answer, whatever. If you just any Muslim just do small kill them.
You are missing the point I'm asking. You are missing the point.
Nigerians, I have come today to share with us the bitter truth about the Christian genocide and the rebirth of a nation. We live in a very, very, very sensitive period in the history of our country. I want to thank the millions of Nigerians that have committed themselves to seeing that we fight a just cause. I've seen the hundreds of thousands of responses, and I thank God that from all that I've seen, 97% of Nigerians want to, for one, stand up for what is truth and what is right. And at this moment, I'm going to read some things that I put down and penned down. But I'm speaking to you in the midst of all the threats. Some of the threats that some people have tried to instigate, to threaten me, and to try to calm me down. But I've refused to keep silent, and I've refused to be cowed down. It's not about me. I am a father and a blessed grandfather of 8 grandchildren. I can live like any other person and be silent and just cruise with life and just enjoy life and forget about the suffering of the people. But I've seen that the greatest thing that can happen in a life and in a nation is for a person to live for the glory of God and for the blessing of humanity. Money, silver, gold, position will all fade away. Buhari is no more. He was part of the people that brought in bandits together with some of the politicians in this country. So it's not that you don't know who were the people that established Boko Haram. The social media will always keep the records. Even when some traditional rulers in the north were saying if you touch a Boko Haram, it is a fight against Islam. What we're seeing that is going on, it started with wiping away Christians first. I raised my voice. Most of you Nigerians are witnesses that the president of Nigeria and the government of Nigeria went after me because of speaking the truth against genocide, against the killer Fulani headsmen that were not proscribed as terrorists, and IPOB was proscribed, and the Yoruba agitators were also proscribed as terrorists. We can't live in a nation with double standard and double law. I am a northerner. I love the north. I love my people. And I am paying the price for the lives and the destiny of my people. I've been on the road for several days. There is no state that I've not gone to. In this year, I have been to over 20 states in Nigeria. Right now, I am speaking to you from South Nigeria. I travel by road. I see the real Nigeria. I see what the true Nigerians are going through. I didn't come here as a politician. I came as the voice of conscience.
This video is very long.
This is not just another statement. And I want to speak to the younger
and he's
people.
already made a lot of false statements.
Nigeria is your country. You see the president of Nigeria, President Tinubu, give him the next 10 years, he will become vegetable. The next 10 years, he will need help because they are aging. We are aging. I'm a grandfather. You must know that you don't have any other nation like Nigeria.
Okay. That
guy,
is,
man, he started off with the genocide.
So he actually was on Dr. Damage's show now. I don't know. These are exactly the same
How can you not understand the difference between Fulani herdsmen and these terrorist groups? Fulani herdsmen, they have it. There's a lifestyle. If you ban all of them, then nobody can do cattle ranching anymore. How can you not even understand that? I mean,
let's go back.
Migration with the cattle anymore.
Does the cattle ranching require somebody carrying a gun, killing people?
No, gonna calm down.
Does cattle ranching require somebody carrying a gun, killing people? Stop doing these things, my friend.
Calm down.
Does cattle ranching require people carrying gun, killing people? Is that how it's done in Belgium? Is that how it's done everywhere in the world?
That one, if they give him a gun, he will kill all Nigerians.
My friend.
Okay. Calm down, please, gentlemen. Like I said, we'll have a broadcast in the next 4 hours. I want to go and find how to sleep and come back for that. But concern, you came in, so I wanted to give you an opportunity. 2 minutes only. I didn't want to leave you out. Just 2 minutes to make your this thing, and then that will be
2 minutes. 2 minutes is 2 minutes is small, please.
Oh, yeah,
no. Please, Dr. KJ.
Will you prefer me?
I see why you gave Chris a long time to do his last lecture, basically, and I didn't even get a chance to respond fully to him.
Forefather, if you want a debate, we can set up a debate, me and you.
That's why I think that would be fascinating.
That would be good. That would be good.
Next Saturday,
If you want a debate, we can have it.
Gentlemen, calm down. Calm down. Forefather,
You see, this world will not be destroyed by bad people, but by good people who enable bad things happen.
Okay, so Chris, go ahead. I'm sorry, Constantine, make your input so I can shut down.
Okay, you know, let us not forget that the future we have no pity for those who possessing the exceptional people being able to see the truth, take refuge in muting difference. We are talking about people's blood here. We are talking about people's blood. And people are the hey, is he who and who is killing who? Muslims are killing Christians. More than 90% of Christians are being killed. And maybe 1% of Muslims are being killed. Who is killing who? The people who are killing is Muslims killing. This Muslim, the same Muslims that are being killed, that the same Muslims that are killing Christians, are the same one they give a Shebi. This country, Nigeria, have two presidents to have in Nigeria now. One is that useless Tinubu, and the others are the bandits, the terrorists, which Tinubu cannot cope because he's a Muslim, and he's very happy with the military killing the Christians. They kill in the north, they come in the east also. They kill. The military are killing the east.
Did you just watch that video?
Let me finish. Please don't let me talk. I didn't watch the north.
Good night, everyone.
Please,
let me go
please, forefathers, please. I don't. Please, is it forefathers? Whenever you are this, I don't come here because you are very dangerous human being. You are very dangerous human being. Somebody who are the truth. You are a dangerous human being. You had the truth.
If you allow him to just
I don't come whenever you are. I don't come here. Don't leave me. Please go to hell.
The evidence and he's saying something else. I don't know.
Which evidence? Let me tell you. The government even played they make own goal this week. They make that last week. They make own goal. They brought somebody with this stupid this data man to come and he think that Americans can come and lie against him. Come and lie. He didn't know he bring a responsible human being. Who came and exposed him more? The government they shoot their foot this week. They gave you that idiot. They gave that idiot. What is that his name? The one from Delta State. What is that his name?
Reno Moko.
Reno Moko. They gave him money. The government gave him money to bring this man from America, and that man came and exposed him. The government scored own goal this week. Look at them going to channel television, going to Arise, giving Arise money. Hiding the truth. Look at that Christian father who was who was burning people. Look at the way he was shouting. The man is really paying him. How can this thing happen in Nigeria?
Concerns. Do you know what I will agree with you? I would like you to say that Christians are not killing Muslims. But
that's what I'm saying.
If you had said that, I will agree with you on that. But what
my brother, let me tell you.
You have to be factual. The truth is that most of the killing is happening.
Who are those in IDP camp? Who are those in IDP camp?
One thing I will agree with you on is if you say Muslims are killing Muslims and killing Christians too, that is the truth.
My brother, let me tell you. Muslims, let me tell you. These terrorists, they can kill 100 Christians and kill 5 Muslims. Then you say it's who killing who? Then you say it's not genocide against the Christians? No, answer me.
They are actually killing
the Muslims.
Okay, this is not going to stop, and I need to stop right away.
No problem. Dr. Kempe, you can give.
I think that's what he's trying to say. I think maybe that's what he's really
this thing that's happening to these people may affect you.
Not saying it properly.
Continue playing with these people's blood. It will affect you.
Okay.
I'm telling you the truth.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. You see, let me say this again, and I like the disposition of some of our brethren who are here. If we keep emotion a bit out, we may be able to discuss and understand. The truth is that these things that are happening within our nation. And that is why right from the first place, I took a stand. I said, instead of Nigeria to continue to lose more people, if we need to resit and take another look at our unity, better for everybody. If we don't need to do that, let us also sit down and have a national discourse with the intention of implementing it. But here is the catch. Those people who are representing you and I are not interested in that dialogue, because the people that are being killed are not members of their family. The people that are being maimed are not members of their family. The people that are being raped on a constant basis are not members of their family. They are protected by the Nigerian security. They all have guards. They have armed guards, both from police and the army. So, in this case, what would be right for all of us to do is to find a way to safeguard our own people. And it's not going to come by...
But KJ, is that not what the MIA told the people? And Boko Haram attacked them. Maybe they are all scared.
Listen, forefather. It's not today that northern leaders started telling their people to defend themselves. The first person who made that statement...
That is not... You see, that's what you pick. That is what you pick. And for me...
I'm not...
The problem. No, that's what you pick now. Because what the man said is that even Boko Haram is un-Islamic. That's what the emir said. That you can't go and be killing people in the name of any religion.
We have never...
It's not even about...
I mean, just think about it, KJ. They're killing people in the mosque. Just think about that.
Listen, let me tell you what is going on.
Boko Haram is only
there is it's just like what started in the East, and that's the best example I can give you here. When IPOB started in the East, IPOB didn't have any reason whatsoever, okay, to have any faction. Then, because IPOB became very powerful, the Eastern governors felt the need to break that power, because they noticed that what Nnamdi Kanu says is what the Eastern people would do. So you and I know that it was the Eastern governor that first prescribed the IPOB. It was they who recommended to the federal government to prescribe IPOB. We will tell the story the way it is.
They are scared to come out and criticize IPOB. How many Southeastern leaders have come out openly to criticize IPOB? But that emir came out and did, and look at what happened to his...
No.
Remember they tried to kill Buhari.
Forefather, I don't like it when you speak like that.
I'm not citing them. I'm understanding them.
Okay.
I'm saying that
Let us close.
They are scared.
Let us close. Is there any one Eastern governor or any important politician in the whole of the East that have spoken in favor of IPOB? Which one? Or you didn't listen to Sam Amadi today? Come on now. You see, these are things you say sometimes. I just wonder where you have been.
I've not seen P2B come out to criticize IPOB. I've not seen this thing.
I mean, it's
I've not seen them. Because they are all scared.
Hold on. KJ, who is IPOB? Who is an IPOB?
IPOB is Indigenous People of Biafra.
No, I didn't ask what it means. Who is an IPOB?
IPOB are the people who are the movement that Nnamdi Kanu formed.
Oh,
what else you want me to tell you?
So hold on. So it's the movement that he formed. Then
yes,
which is Biafra movement. And the Biafra movement. Hold on. And hold on. Listen. And the Biafra movement has a geopolitical space, sort of, which is the 5 Eastern states.
If you care for me to educate you, I will educate you. Hold on. Listen. I will break down. Now what for now? Okay, let's close. Since we cannot have a discussion,
let's close. I'm respecting what you say. Because listen to me. Sometimes when you talk, and you do that, you are talking. You are asking your question. Which governors are spoken to support Biafra? I don't understand. It's the governors, the House of Representatives member, the whatever. Are they not part of the Biafra people? I don't understand you. Are they also not the people of Biafra?
You are making a mistake. The mistake you are making is that you are joining two things that doesn't mean the same thing. Because you're a Biafran doesn't mean you're a member of IPOB. And IPOB.
So it's not people
of Biafra.
So that means the governors now, because they're not speaking in favor of Biafra, that means they're not indigenous.
No, you are making a mistake. Okay. I said, you see, there is a movement. Other people are Igbos. So I don't know how you want me to explain it. There's a movement called Indigenous People of Biafra. It's a registered organization.
Are you IPOB now, KJ?
Hey,
am I Igbo?
To drag KJ down now?
No. Let me answer him. You think am I Igbo?
No,
Am I
that's the
indigenous?
question. You are running away
Then I
from
must be
what
IPOB.
you're saying. So the leader also
No, you are the one making a mistake. You are the one. You are the one making a mistake. You are the one making a mistake. You are making a mistake.
You answered it now. KJ, you've answered it. You said, am I Igbo? Am I Biafran? That means I remember. So same thing with the governors. They are Igbos, they are Biafrans automatically. They are indigenous people, Biafrans.
No, you are making a mistake.
You are Igbo. No, it's not Igbo.
You are making a mistake. You are making a mistake. You are making a mistake. And this is the same mistake that Buhari made when he was speaking and thought he was addressing IPOB, where he was addressing the whole Igbo people. He said, you know, these IPOB people, they're just a dot in the circle.
But KJ, do you remember that Boko Haram tried to kill Buhari at least once?
Do you also remember that another elder said
KJ, hold on, KJ,
you remember
why
also,
are you acting? Hold on, KJ, why are you acting as if it's a me versus you thing? Like,
it's not me versus
why are you acting like that? It's a me versus you. Why you acting like that?
That is my problem with you.
You want to counter?
You can say that, but you cannot accept your own side. You cannot accept your own side, but you can say that. You can say that, but you cannot accept your own.
You know, there is truth to what KJ and Chris and even Constance is saying. I think maybe they are not just articulating it well, because if you hear what Constance was saying, if he had just simply said Christians are not attacking Muslims, but Muslims are often the ones attacking Christians, nobody would dispute that.
So what does that?
Nobody would dispute that, but he doesn't put it the right way. He just
No,
said,
no,
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 they are genociding Christians. They are genociding
Yes,
Christians.
so I think that's the problem. And then the fact that they also don't want to admit that Muslims are actually the overwhelming casualty numbers in the north.
Exactly.
So we're not saying that Boko Haram is not attacking Christians, but we're actually saying if we were to dive deeper into it, then we're going to go with the whole, well, they're not really Islamic, like Pat Masker is saying, then that would lead to, oh, they're not Muslims. But we're not even going that route. We're saying, let's even admit that they are Muslims, even if their actions are un-Islamic, right? But the crux of the matter is the people are being massacred, but the most people that are being massacred are overwhelmingly Muslims. Now, we're not saying
you are speaking fallacy there, my brother.
From the point of view of the Christians, so let me add, from the point of view of the Christians, they don't care about the Muslims that are
I can say that.
No, but I feel it. Let me just add this. Because this point is
let us look at it.
Let me make this point now. Let me just make this point. This is a short point.
It's obvious. It's Christians.
After what
guess what?
Just hold on now.
Hold on.
I just want to make a short point. 15 seconds.
1 second. KJ, I can bet it. I can put it to you that forefathers is a Christian. I don't know about local people, but I suspect he's a Christian.
So let me put it from the point of they don't want to listen. Look, hold on, but this is important so that next time, so that when we have this debate,
next time if you come into my program and you're coming to make sure that I remain for under 1 hour scattering the discussion, I will not allow you. But today, that has happened. I will not do that next time.
There's nothing like scattering discussion. What do you mean by scattering?
It's interesting.
Because right now, everybody seems to be talking, and nobody's hearing anybody.
Let me make the last point. Other people need to hear. If you guys are not interested in it, people need to hear this. Because what my spiritual just said just now is that, okay, Muslims are being killed, Christians are being killed, even if there are more Muslims being killed. But the clarity you need to understand from the point of view of the Christian is that they are not the ones killing Muslims, but Muslims are killing Christians. That is all Christians care about. Christians don't worry too much about whether Muslims are getting killed. So you have to try to understand from the point of view of Christians, they are the ones being attacked.
No, but this is the point I keep telling people. You see, when you when you don't do a proper diagnosis of the problem,
that's it.
Your solution will be wrong. Because if a Christian is saying that, okay, it's okay to kill a Muslim,
They are not saying that. They are just saying that they are not at war with Muslims, but Muslims are killing them.
It is okay. It's the same thing now. It's the same
thing.
thing.
It's not. They don't put that at the top of their priority.
It's the same thing. Listen now. So how are these people different from Americans that are saying that are coining black on black violence? How is this thing different?
Yeah.
Okay, let's end here.
But you can understand it. I just wish they were putting it that way. Like someone like KJ now, he came out and said, "Oh, yes, maybe Boko Haram is killing fellow Muslims."
So are you saying that in America?
I think it's a fair point to raise. No, seriously.
If black people are killing black people, there shouldn't be a problem. But that
no, it's a problem. See,
okay,
hold on.
I think that Father may want to continue this broadcast. So let me end it.
We can do it 15 minutes now. Let's just talk for 15 minutes.
No, I'm already 4 hours. I'm already done 4 hours, and I was there with Rudolph.
If you do 4 hours, KJ, 15 minutes cannot kill you.
KJ, you can go and sleep.
How do you know? How do you know?
Let Father finish it. Let Father
I can finish it in 15 minutes. I can finish it in 15 minutes.
No, 15 minutes too much.
Okay,
I won't do 15 minutes.
Let's do 10.
Let's start man.
10 minutes. I can finish it. So
no, 10 minutes too much. You have only 10 minutes.
Okay, let's close.
Okay.
Let's close.
Exactly. Let's close it if you don't want to hear it.
Close.
Yeah. I think this discussion would have helped you, especially if you don't want to learn how to put your point across.
KJ is not interested. It's very clear now. KJ
it would have helped you. This conversation we're having now will help you make your case better.
Father, don't say that. Don't say that.
Because the way you are making your case now is very, very clumsy.
Listen, my brother. I've been on this issue since 2012. Okay.
I wonder why nothing
so that's something you are telling me. Hold on.
Somebody can be in school from 2012.
No, the mistake you are making, Masker. The mistake you are making is that being in school is different from collecting documents. It's different from collecting documents.
The same thing, you are collecting the wrong document. Up to now, you've not collected the correct document. Seriously.
All right, so you have the correct one. Yeah, I have the fake one. Let us end it there.
Wait. What about understanding the document? You might collect.
No. Sorry.
No, if I were in your shoes, okay, you collected documents, but this is somebody who was born. I was born here. I grew up here. I'm still here. How is it that as a journalist you will not want to hear from me? How?
No, my challenge is that you see you are playing two cards here. Okay. You say you grow in the north, you know the north, and you know the story. But when you say your own story, and I talk about my own story from the east,
I don't
where
have a
I'm
story.
also born,
I've never told
you don't want to hear it. Okay, you argue with it. But when you present your own, you want me to accept it.
You know why? Do you know what?
That is not how it's done.
Hold on now.
Keep repeating the same thing.
Okay, so KJ, you know why I argue with your position? Because you said something that was factually incorrect. You said that
what is that?
You said the first bomb for Boko Haram was in Amadi. That is factually
okay. So hold on. You see, that's a problem with Nigeria. When you made that correction, did you expect me to accept it? Yes. If you expected me to accept it, why then are you going back to it? Did I argue with you on that?
So you are saying that I shouldn't have argued.
No, why not using it as a point of argument?
No, okay, so let me explain. KJ, this is the point. When you say you said your story and I argue, I'm only explaining why I argued because it was factually incorrect. If you make a statement, for instance, you say 200 people are killed in Benue State. How can I argue with you? How? I cannot. The second thing I argued with you was when you said the killings in Dogona Hawa was a Boko Haram killing. You said all these things. This is tape. I can go and replay this thing, KJ. So let's not.
My brother. Arguing. Okay, so here's what we'll do. I will bring you the next time I'll be on this program. I'll make sure I go to my hard drive, and bring out the stories that follow the Dogona Hawa killing. And follow. Hold on now. You're not gonna let me talk. You are saying your own thing.
No. I can't wait for you to make that statement because you are. What I'm telling you now to your face is that you've lost credibility in my eye. So you can't bring any document.
Making a mistake. You are saying. You see, let me tell you something. Masker. When this killing started first, you know what the NBA did? The NBC did, Nigerian Broadcasting Service, the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. They issued this thing to all medias and said, do not call these things this. Call it what? Farmer headers. You can check that out with all the media that you have connection in Nigeria to find out when that letter was written and for what purpose. Look, Masker, don't let me bring this out. Not be every person talk on this thing. Leave it. Okay. No. Believe what you want. It's okay.
No, hold on. No, it's good. Look, this is the important discussions we are having. These discussions are very important. Seriously. Now, that point you are making, honestly speaking, KJ, as an elder, I will understand it. Because if you say that one tribe is fighting another as a leader, you're also only going to escalate this thing. There was a time forefather made a video. I was part of the people who are saying that, look, you are going to escalate something that it should not be escalated. Am I lying, forefathers?
Yeah.
So I don't do double standard. No, hold on, KJ. The truth we are trying to ascertain is very simple. That is it only Christians that are being killed? The answer for me is no. They are killing Nigerians across board. But
yeah, but you also, Masker, though, you also have to take into account that from the point of view of the Christians, all they see is Muslims are killing them still. That's what they see. So you can understand that you don't see any of the Christian groups going to attack Muslims except when they are being attacked.
Fair enough, but
that's not even true. No, that's not fair enough. That's not fair enough.
Let me add this caveat. So I said fair enough, meaning I understand where.
No, because it's not true. No, it's not true.
Hold up, man.
Okay, gentlemen, one of the panelists on our keyboard.
Hold on, KJ.
One second. So let me go and face the Afan soup.
On this channel, I sent a document. I documented where Christians were killing Muslims. I sent it to KJ.
Right.
There.
No, listen.
Was there as a result of retaliation?
No, now listen now. This how
retaliation if Christians do it.
No, hold on. This how we do it. Hold on. That document you sent is a government white paper which was published. Now, when you as a maybe a fact finder, a researcher gets a government white paper, you read through the government white paper, you make your deduction, you go to the location of the place of the incidents, you take pictures, you look for relatives of those who are involved, you ask them questions, then you find from the authority of that locality, what can they say? Can they collaborate what the government have written? Now, if that is not collaborated, you cannot go with the government this thing. You see, I give a very quick example. When the NSAS movement happened in Lagos, the white people did what the white people say. They said nobody died.
AJ, honestly, I think you.
I'm not telling you how these things work, but I don't need to go further than that.
You say, honestly, KJ, that is ridiculous. You are saying ridiculous things. That government white paper, are you suggesting that government sat down in their room and wrote it? No.
No. Hold on. So let us go back to the one that just happened because Dogonawa is long time ago.
Let's take with the paper.
Hold on now.
I think KJ doesn't support the government white paper because he doesn't think it's credible. That clearly that's what he's saying. Because if the government commissions,
hold on now. What I'm saying, I sent a paper that is endorsed by a state government. That paper, if KJ had read it, that paper is a paper where people have called both parties, interviewed both parties.
Over time.
It's not process KJ is talking about. Go and read the paper. I put it there. That's why I'm saying that we cannot be spiritualized. The fact of the matter in Nigeria, Christians are also killing Muslims. But for it's irrelevant.
Masker, let me give you a personal.
Hold on. But Masker, is it out of cold-blooded attacks on Muslims?
Now you are looking for reasons.
No. Because I'm looking for reasons. No, it's true. Because if a community feels under attack and they retaliate, it's a different thing from when they just go from their own ideology and attack another group. That's different.
It don't matter.
Okay, so Christians don't have an ideology of attacking any other group. Christians don't
Let me
have
tell you, my
What do
brother,
you mean they don't have an ideology?
for
What's
want
going
of
on in
sounding
Ghana right now?
repeat.
How many times have you seen a Christian murder a Muslim because of ideology?
Oh,
Okay,
Have you not,
George
no,
Bush,
are you
George
not aware
Bush,
of the
George Bush.
crusade?
If we about, let's not go
No,
down
no, no,
that
no, no.
route.
That one is a different. I'm talking about
Oh,
Nigerian
that one,
context.
so that one is
Nigeria
different.
now, okay.
No, no, no.
That
I'm
one
talking
is
about
different.
Nigerian context.
That
Of
one is
course, now
different.
I know that
Say,
one
That
is
one
for
true.
is different.
But no, no, I
okay,
know that one
gentlemen,
is true.
let us
But I'm
close.
talking
I
about
don't
Nigerian
think
context.
Forefathers, I've told KJ there is a place in Plateau State in Barkila, the local government called Haipang.
I know Haipang.
Every single Muslim that was there has been killed.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Okay,
If that
but
is true,
you see, now you are telling the story from that angle. But what led to
No, it's not an
Haipang?
angle. It's not an angle. It's not my angle. I am not happy that these killings are happening because
I think we are, Masca, I think we will have this discussion someday, so I will clarify some of all these points because I
You know
really
what,
think
Masca,
that I understand where
if
some
you
of the Christians are coming from, but they are not making a good
if
case
you
for themselves.
if you feel
Actually,
if
see,
you
the
feel
real
strongly,
issue, forefathers, if we are going to call a spade, because let me be very blunt, okay? The truth is that there are people from far away who don't understand the issue, but would want to take sides simply because they believe that the fight is between two people and there's one of them that they don't like. So they don't want to even hear anything. They just want to create a story out of that so that they will give the dog a bad name so that they can hang him. Even this Muslim we are talking about, these Fulani bandits. Have you ever seen a Fulani bandit with a mosque there?
No.
No. These are not
okay.
people who are religious in nature.
In the first place, my brother Masca, unfortunately, you are dealing with somebody who have a lot of these informations. So
What you have is misinformation, KJ. Honestly speaking, I have to be very blunt with you because I can see.
You
like
see,
Master, but hold on. Even if they don't have mocks there, even if they don't have mocks
they
there,
are very biased people. They are the
even
same
if
people
they don't
that
have
are
mocks there,
biased.
Master, but we see them when they indulge in general prayer, and they pray
They
the same
actually
way the
no,
Muslims pray.
that's not true because
I've
most of
seen-
them actually are traditionalists.
gentlemen, and that is the case. That's the case. So let's end it there.
Most
We're
of
not
them
going
are
to end
actually
it
traditionalists.
this day, but we have less than. We're going to be back by 1 a.m. today to see what Sowore is going to do
That
for
video
us.
that you played, that guy is scary. That guy is the kind of people that come and read because the first time he used was the term that Americans use to describe Nigeria, genocide. You have to be careful. People like that, they are actors. You have to be very careful about them. But
they have a motive.
We always run their forefather, and I don't believe what you said. You know why? If we keep our house in order, nobody will come to look for how to get in.
I agree with you on
The
that.
issue, the onus is left for you and I and our government. If the government is sincere to deal with it, they can deal with it in less than 1 week. But nobody wants to do anything about it.
Be going there to be telling them that it's only us that are suffering.
Hold on. Forefathers, you see, when Buhari was the president, the story was that because Buhari was a Fulani and he's the one sponsoring these people, that's why they were not fighting them. Today, we all know that Yoruba has everything. How come are they also following these people? And the truth also is that the secretary to this government is a Christian and is a thief man and is from Benue State. Give all these ones and create stories so that we can give a dog a bad name and hang that dog.
Masca, my brother, you are dealing with a media man. I will play you the Totif.
Not a media man. You are a propaganda man.
So you see now, so you are come to insult now, Abi.
No, I'm
just
not
come down there. The verse now.
See what I respect.
I thought you said the verse.
What I respect.
I thought you said the verse. Now, forefather, when I leave here now, go back and look at what the Totif, the chief of the thieves, what he said to Tinubu to his face when he came to visit Benue. Still reverse back to when Buhari was in government. And what he said to the T people when their people were killed, he said to go and make peace with your people. Go out and make peace with your neighbor. That's the right word. I'm quoting him now. Buhari, go and make peace with your neighbor. When these people were sleeping in their villages and they were attacked and massacred, That's the response of your president,
That's
President
horrible.
Buhari.
That's a response. That's horrible response.
Okay,
to it.
now, so when you come to me and begin to talk this thing,
selective propaganda. The man was inept. This nobody can deny it. Sincerely.
Oh, he's not inept.
He's always been inept. Maybe you don't know.
And also we may be taking him out of context. Maybe the context he's saying that is a different context. He meant something else. He meant that he may have said other things to contextualize it.
Okay, hey, listen. I bet me not put my leg on what I said. I not talk anything. But you see,
why I respect you is because I know you speak from your heart. And this
when
is all
I finish,
respect, I'm talking to you frankly.
When I finish to talk now, go back. Okay, let's leave Buhari out. Go back to President Tinubu when he went to Benue to commensurate with them with the last killing. What he said to them. He said it was a header farmers clash. What the Totif told him in his face. Totif said, this is not header farmers anything. This is pure genocide. Okay.
So how did the Totif?
The videos are there. Now, wow. You see, I find it difficult to continue when you guys are mixing these things. I'm not telling you what I said.
I understand. I hear you, but I just asked a question. I'm saying, how does the Totif know it was not a farmers herders clash?
Look, see, in this case, I support KJ in this one. Look, they're not fighting. It's not two fighting. You understand? Because
I support the Totif because if you are Totif, you will be speaking for your people, and what you see on the ground is okay. What I'm saying is that it's different if that Totif is now speaking as a journalist. That's two different things.
I think it's a fair point on that.
Yeah, I can understand the emotions involved.
I'm just saying all the finger pointing.
What's your argument, Master? That what I'm saying is not what the Totif said.
No. What I'm not doing any argument. Honestly, there's no argument inside this thing. I know what I know. If you give me spurious information, I will take it. God knows I will take it because it will make me better. Okay. My only point, KJ, is that when you speak, I can see clearly you're leaving a lot of information
off the table, including things that are
passing only a part of the information.
Yeah.
Okay, please fill me in the information that I'm leaving out so that people can understand.
Okay, so the information that is available to me, I know that these bandits, the number of people, the number of years they have been,
in 1 to 15 minutes.
It's possible to say that they have already killed the same amount of people.
Since we say 1 to 15 minutes, not me make a video.
Talking about the fact that these people actually have decimated Zamfara state. I see you being biased. But if you were the one first talking about Zamfara, that they have been in Zamfara since God knows how long. They started in Zamfara, and they are still doing it in Zamfara. And nobody is talking about that.
You see, so, the case is that, you see, I'll give another example. When Agulero,
the second example I want to give.
Hold on.
No, you ask me now, okay? If you ask a question, you should wait for the
what you are saying is I don't seem to understand it. I'm giving so many examples of what has happened.
Okay, honestly, okay, so maybe forefathers, do you understand what I'm saying?
From the context that when the last time I heard, I was listening to someone else. The last time I heard was you were calling him out that as a journalist, he shouldn't be portraying the information the way he does, that he keeps some information away.
A lot of information. A lot.
So tell us the information I keep in now.
Let me show you, KJ, what you do. Okay? Because I said they have bombed Kanu, and I'm sure a lot of the people on the panel will be surprised. What I had expected you is to look at the video. Wait, go and look for that video and be the one to play it. No. After forefathers played, do you know what you did? You look for a counterbalancing video and play it. Why? Why?
But exactly. I said so now. Didn't I say that? I told forefather that I have enough video, and if he plays that, I'm going to play other videos which I have held back. I purposely held them back.
No, wait, KJ, are you playing the videos because to counter what forefather is saying that is not correct?
No, I'm simply hold on. You guys,
I think, see, KJ, let me try to understand. See, I'm beginning to hear what
KJ, the video you played and the video Papa has played, for me, they are the same thing.
Loco. I think what
For
you
me,
are,
they're the same thing.
I don't understand. Maybe what I'm saying, I'm not saying it very well for you to understand. But I'm beginning to hear where KJ and people like Constance are coming from. Because if you look at the way the events are unfolding, it's mostly Muslims killing everybody. Well, they are killing Muslims and they are killing Christians. But it's like when you lose a loved one, you don't care whether other people's loved ones were lost their lives. You care about your own. From the point of view of AJ, he's saying that let me finish. No, let me finish my. Oh no! Don't get triggered. Let me finish my point.
No, wait.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
No, hold on now, forefathers. Is KJ coming as a partisan person?
A neutral observer.
No, because we also condemn Constance. If you are not, let's say you are condemning KJ.
No, you are not supporting Constance.
I'm not supporting him. I'm just trying. See. Let me explain it. You did say if you hear.
I'm not going to join issues with concern.
Yeah, concern
honestly,
is like
either concern or Chris.
But you say that. I just want you to understand when you hear them.
Forefathers, before I close this broadcast, I want it
when
again.
You hear them, you can understand where they are coming from.
Yes, I want again to make it clear for the uptenth time that I've said here on this broadcast many times that I, for once, I do not approve whether it's the killing of Christians or Muslims or atheists or anybody. I've said this many times. I've said the reason. Hold on, please. I've said the reason why I even support the total confederation of Nigeria is because of the fact that Nigeria is losing a lot of people. I don't care where they're from the north or from the south. But let us stop the bloodshed. It's as simple. I've said this many times that
despite any more for the south. I don't know why you are changing the narrative now. You actually speak more for the bloodshed in the south. That is where you're this is like, and there's no shame about it. That's what I'm trying to explain.
That, man.
There's no shame. If your beloved ones, you're losing your beloved ones, don't you have the right to speak about it? And when you keep pretending, that's what makes people don't like the way you come across.
I beg. Okay, let us end the show. You see, I know that you are correct. I'm the wrong person.
You're not wrong. You're not. See, that's what I'm saying. You're not wrong to highlight it, but I'm just saying that you should highlight it the right way.
Can I just make 1 minute?
Yeah, let's allow Comrade to speak, and then that'll be the last word for today, and we'll jump to close.
4-5 start another show, man.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. I think we are all saying the same thing, but from different angle. We are like we live in the object and we pursuing the shadow. I mean, we all agree that. Why can't we focus on the fact that people are being, eliminated on daily basis? That is a given, right?
You are in a shadow. What is going on?
I'm sorry. I mean, sorry. This is the much I can get from where I am right now. I just pull over to make my my 1 minute contribution. If you want to help ourselves with this issue, define what genocide means. Defining genocide, we cannot be talking about the type of genocide. Is it ethnic genocide? Is it a political genocide? Is it economic genocide? Whatever you attribute to this, it does not remove the fact that people are being, necessarily wasted on daily basis. So instead of us to focus on the fact that the government has failed to address the issue, we are busy dragging about who brought the issue, who brought this crisis upon us. Let's assume he was a Muslim. He didn't even have the political will to deal with his people. He openly called the Boko Haram boys his people. Now we have a Satan who is also playing politics with people's life. We should be concerned about people that are being wasted. The Christians, if the Christians are being wasted in a certain area, they have every right to call it a Christian genocide. If a certain tribe are being wasted, are being deliberately eliminated, they have every right to call it a tribal genocide, depending on who is speaking. So we should concentrate on the fact that people are being wasted instead of arguing among ourselves whether it's a genocide or a Christian genocide or Muslim genocide. The fact remains that there's a genocide. This is the question, and this is the answer. What is difficult here for us to understand? Why are we playing politics? I understand for the perspective of those that feel if you say it's a genocide, they don't want the Americans to come, so they don't take it as an opportunity to meet their economic benefit.
Cool.
I understand that issue. But how long do we continue to play politics with people's lives? Enough of this nonsense. We are not different from politicians. If we come here to argue on the basis of whether it is Christian or Muslim genocide, whether it is ethnic or whatever genocide, that is genocide. This is the fact. We are not different from politicians when we continue to play politics with people's lives. People are being wasted on daily basis. Nobody is tackling it. I went on a platform. I'm saying, okay, this is an opportunity for Tinubu that you say is very bold, is very courageous to take on, the delicate issues. Why not take on this issue of insecurity? He said they will eliminate him, which means we are helpless as a nation. What are we arguing here? There is a genocide. There's no gain, saying that fact. Yeah, so whether you're a Muslim, you don't want to see it as a Christian. If you're a Muslim, you don't want to see it as a Christian genocide. It's a different conversation. If you're a Christian, you don't want to see it as a Muslim genocide. It's another conversation. If you are from Benue, you don't want to see it as if you're from.
Hi.
Oh.
That's sad.
No, Batman, he had to call.
Okay.
All right.
It's not a Nigerian genocide. It's a conflict between smaller groups. Yes, you can call it a genocide technically, but it's not a Nigerian genocide.
Forefather, hold on. Let me say this, and that's the end of this program. You see, the problem while we're here, joy, there are certain DNAs on Earth that have been wiped off in this so-called whatever that's going on in Nigeria. They will never be found again because members of that family have been wiped off the face of the earth. You see, whether we like it or not, it's just a question of destruction of the mankind. And I don't care whether the mankind is Muslim or Christian or atheist or native doctors and all that. That's not the purpose of the discussion. And nobody wants America to come and take over Nigeria. Who wants that? Do you know how it's going to end? So now that those people who are in authority have the opportunity, what should they be doing? Is it not to change the trajectory? Is it not to marshal out people? Is it not to
what if they can't? What if America is the one causing it and they want to hang it? You have to be careful. We have to be careful as a people. Because if the government cannot fight them, I've seen the Boko Haram, the Nigerian government negotiate with Boko Haram, and I knew from all the way you guys said Boko Haram will not agree because their purpose is not for that. Their purpose is to create instability.
My brother. Some of us know. I beg, please don't put me in trouble. Okay, on this faithful note, we have to close. I want to thank all of you, Father. You see, not be everything when elders done for ground they see now they talk for market squares. So let me hold back. And thank you. I just want you guys to know that this not be today. This thing started in Nigeria, and certain people have been. In fact, people are writing books on it. So, but thank you so much. Maska has been around. I know that you came out to defend. Whatever I said, I was not correct.
Not defend. Honestly, okay. I'm not. Wait, KJ, so that I can clear the air. I am not happy about this thing. I'm actually a victim. I've said it some time ago. I live in Abuja. My mother lives in Kanu. There was a time I spent like 3 years. I can't drive by road because these bandits will not stop and ask you whether you're a Muslim or a Christian. They don't even stop cars. They start shooting the cars. Okay?
I agree.
So I am not happy. I'm in total agreement with Mr. Omori. The fact of the matter is that this is a place where there's lawlessness. There's no reason why we in this state. I am not happy that anybody is being killed, and I'm not against any position anybody is taking. All that I was trying to do is to make sure that let's balance the stories. We have the responsibility to balance it to our people. That's all.
Thank you so much. Based on that faithful note of balancing the story, I'd like to thank you. Two Nigerians, one brain. Two Nigerians, one cell. One brain cell. I'd like to thank you, Forefather, who is always coming to our rescue. And of course, support diaspora voting that probably is asleep. Yeah. We advertised earlier that we'll be here by 1 p.m. That's 1 a.m. our time to start the broadcast for the show race match. Yes, so I'm hoping that Forefather will also be on standing by just in case I oversleep. He will come in and start, and you know.
Just in case, me, I'll definitely oversleep. So
okay, whichever way it is, I think I'll be able to make it at least an hour or thereabout. But if not, Forefather will be standing in. Thank you so much, Masca. Thank you all for being here for today's discussion. It was quite interesting and very, very interesting. I say good night to you guys. Why I try to round up? I would have to round up because I don't want anybody to give me any distance. So I'm taking you guys
extra time.
Yeah, so thank you. Thank you. And thank you. Oh, support. Okay. And that is our discussion today. I don't know what you took away from it, but this is my own takeaway from it. From what Dr. Amadi said, he said something very interesting. And I've witnessed that also, that each time you have a strong Igbo man standing out for Igbo, agenda, you are looked at as being tribalistic. And I witnessed that today. But however, we have taken that position and we're not going to, shift back on it because somebody has to tell the story. And the Igbo, this thing, not only telling the Igbo this thing, but any other marginalized group, I will tell their story. I will tell the story of the Tiv people. I will tell the story of the Idoma people. I will tell the story of the Agatu, Itolo, Igede. I will tell the story as I get it. I will tell the story of Basange. I will tell the story of the people from the Plateau, the Birom, the Angas. I will tell the story of the people from the Southern Kaduna. I will tell the story of the Kaduna people. I will tell the story wherever the story leads us. We will go there. We will talk about it. We will hear your opinion. You will hear ours. We may not agree all the time, but we'll have a ground to, we can always agree to disagree. When it becomes bad is when you don't agree. But when you disagree to agree, it's always better because you can continue to discuss. We want just advice from this channel. Our intention is that the Christian life is important. The Muslim life is important. The traditional belief life is important. The atheist life is important. And those who don't even believe in anything, their lives are important. And no human being can replace a person's life. So we urge the Nigerian government, if you need to use all the resources in your country to deal with this issue, please use it. If you need to invite, just like that Jonathan did in his days, he invited a foreign group to handle the issue. Please do it. But let us know that no single man, no technology can replace a human life. And like we said earlier, there are certain families' DNA that have been wiped off the face of the earth because of our stupidity, because we are thinking that we are trying to cleanse the land. Those people can never again be seen. That DNA is totally lost. And the purpose of God for their life is also lost. We cannot continue to do ourselves injustice. We cannot continue to see our people as enemies. We should come to a place where we can sit down on a round table and have a discussion. If Nigeria is not working, let us sit to renegotiate. If we can no longer live together, then let everybody find a way to have a confederacy where every one person, every one tribe, no matter how little they are, will be heard and felt. That's my position. And that's the position of this channel. We thank you for being here. We thank you for your time and your treasure. I thank Masca especially because he is joining from Nigeria. And most of the time, of course, you know what it is you will have to run a generator or maybe sometimes, and of course, his data. We know what it is. We thank you, sir. We thank all those people who join us, those who join us from England, those who join us from, Germany and all that. Yeah, Oscar Blackstone, we thank you. And thank every one person who has been on the panel, on the keyboard, my friend, Mr. Kulata, and even the guy who has proposed that I'm going to eat afang soup. I thank all of you. Too many to mention. Boom Boom Ray, Pansa, and my dear sister Tokwe, and yeah, I think I saw Dr. Adamba somewhere. Thank you all for being with us. We will be here in about 4 hours' time to see whether the march is going to continue. Yes, Sowore have promised the march will go on. We'll be there to cover it or to follow, to give you some insights and foresights. Thank you so much. And as we sign, I will say, God bless you all and keep you till we meet again. Until then, let us get advice from our dear Senate President on the issues that bothers him, not the Nigerian people.
1,911,844,833 naira and 46. I'll take that again. 1,911,844,000,000. 1 trillion. This money is too much for me. 1 trillion. I hope that is not on the record. 1 trillion 911 billion 840.